Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to the November 28th, or maybe even 29th for some of you, Yukan Fuji broadcast of the Yukan Fuji Cup. We've got myself, Tipzntrix, Jeremy, as well as the Hay over there. We've got Gemma, damaqueengem, our president, our JPML pro here on commentary for the first game. How are you doing, Gemma?
I'm apparently supposed to say Happy American Thanksgiving from a Canadian and a Brit.
That's right. From Canada.
See, I thought Canada had Thanksgiving, but I've been schooled that it's on a different date. So. I thought it was like Independence Day, but looking at Wiki, that's different again. So
we'll have to apologize to the Americans for making fun of their lack of global awareness because Gemma didn't realize.
Well, we have Black Friday. I know Black Friday.
Yeah, the day right after American Thanksgiving. Someone was confusing me earlier that they said Thanksgiving was last week and Black Friday is like the next week, and I was like, I don't remember that being true. And then I went to look it up and I was like, no, Thanksgiving is today. So happy Thanksgiving to all our American viewers here.
Enjoy your turkey.
Yeah, it's still Thanksgiving Day in all of the time zones in America. I'm sure of that. Even Hawaii. I mean, Hawaii's the furthest behind, actually.
Are they behind or ahead?
No, they're behind. The west, the closer you go to the west coast, like the further west you go, the more minus. And the more east you go, the more plus, until you hit the date line in between Japan and Hawaii. So like Japan and Hawaii are actually kind of close to each other.
Japan and Hawaii, yeah.
Yeah.
So I always associate Hawaii being super close to Japan, and therefore it must be in Japan's time zone. But that just goes to show my understanding of the world.
Well, it'll be a very educational stream today, not just for us commentators, but for you viewers at home. We've got session 9. And we will later be joined by Jenn, the mahjongjen. Will be Dave, the USPML president, as well as Arthur, the commentator of the American Riichi Mahjong League. Not the, but one of the prestigious ones, right?
But that's quite interesting though, because Jenn will have had her Thanksgiving, and Dave will be having his Thanksgiving.
I suppose we can let them hash out those dynamics. Man, I can't, what's the word? I can't fill my brain too much with other people's potential relationships and dynamics because I've got a job to do here, you know?
Yeah, oh, sorry, yes. Tips is the man on the broadcast, so...
And of course, part of that,
bending his voice.
Part of that job is shouting out our sponsors. Of course, Gemma, the president of the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. I mean, COVID put a little delay on that, but the next one is coming up in 2025 in Tokyo, and the previous one was in Vienna after COVID, right?
Vienna, yeah. Yes, 2022.
2022, sorry.
Yeah. So yes, hopefully we're back on our 3-year schedule. No more international global dramas, please.
Yeah, very exciting. As well as the United States Professional Mahjong League, whose president Dave will be joining us later in the broadcast. They are headquartered in New York, Manhattan, with Sparrow's Nest, their mahjong studio with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 automatic tables, perfect for hosting mahjong events, maybe even on Thanksgiving. Right? Yes, I have indeed been there.
I visited once, and I think about it a lot.
I guess you were probably there before the Rex 3 was there, right? Or did you go recently?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, back then the Amos Ultima, just having an Amos Ultima was like a huge thing at the time.
I remember bringing that Ultima over from Japan, and it's amazing that it's still going. Actually, I'm impressed at its longevity.
Yep, they're taking care of it pretty well. Every now and then it takes a little bit of fixing, but
because Dave is not kind to that table. I think I've told this story before, but he was telling me his table. I was there in New York, and you told me his table didn't work, and I'm like, well, let's open up and let's have a look. I kid you not, the bottom of it was like covered in this thin layer of like baked in soda. and like there are pennies stuck to it. What have you been doing?
That just shows how much use it's been getting. And of course, the new Rex 3. That's the new good. And that is the exciting one. You'll see it on the M League tables as well. I think today on the Yukan Fuji tables, I think we see Ultimas. If I remember
Yeah, they're
correctly.
Ultimas they're using, yeah.
So, your chance to be on the tables just like the pros at Sparrow's Nest. Of course,
I do like the color, the orange color of an Ultima, I gotta be honest.
Stands out for sure. Don't really do it like that much anymore in the new models.
No, they've gone for the kind of muted colors. You know, it's like cars. Cars used to be really exciting colors in the 80s, and now you just get blacks and blues. It's boring.
Yeah, so today, as we mentioned, at the Yukan Fuji Cup, we've got the Scepter League in the Tokyo area and the Orb League for the other geographical areas around Western Japan. You know, Osaka is the big one, but also other areas further west and even some sort of in central Japan. So it's basically like Tokyo and then everything west of Tokyo have two different leagues. So Scepter for Tokyo, Orb for Western Japan. Tokyo has 64 teams who are split into 16 groups of 4. As we have mentioned before, they battle it out with the same groups, all 10 sessions. There's 16 total sessions, each team participates in 10. And the winner of the group makes it through. There's also a few extra spots. So the second place in each group with the lowest difference between them and first place, there are wildcard positions available. And the Orb League has 5 groups, and from each of those groups, one of them makes it out to play in the finals. WRC has a team this year. Sponsored. That's right. Completely international. Gemma, who I'm speaking with right now, is our captain from the UK.
I am phoning it in, though. I'm going to say that. Let's give Jenn her full credit. She's mostly doing the captaining work.
And Jenn, who will be with us later, is from the US. We've got Mio from South Korea and Lika from China. They were on last Friday, and it was a really good session for WRC.
Yeah. The VOD is on our channel, so go back to what date would that have been? That would have been the 22nd, the Friday. Go to the Friday stream and catch a look at it. We are horribly biased towards our team, but it was an exciting 3 games, so it's worth it.
Oh, it was really good. Here we are with our broadcast teams. Today we have Jantama or Mahjong Soul up there in the top. We've got Jong Ring at the bottom, both Mahjong and Keirin. So it's like Janrin. So it's Mahjong and Keirin, which is like a sort of cyclist racing type sport that a lot of the Japanese like to play some bets on. Yeah,
I think sometimes these puns are a little bit too cerebral for me.
They're sponsored by the Mahjong Pro Keirin Club. That's what it is. We've also got a YouTube channel here, the Mahjong New Generation channel. They're on the right with the red 5 and the stars. And on the left, we've got the Yakuman bar, all green, the Mahjong themed bar. Woo.
What color do you think it's painted?
Yeah, it's kind of an off green. It's like a green with a little bit of black, just like how the green dragons are, the Hatsu are in a lot of the Riichi sets.
Jade color, no? It's a jade.
Yes, I agree. And of course, the teams will have players representing them. I mean, I think that's pretty straightforward. But our first dealer for Team Jantama is Akane Asamiya from RMU. In the south seat there in the bottom right, we've got Misaki Hanamiya from the New Gen channel. In the top right from Team Jong Ring, it's Taeko Nakano. Oops, sorry, that's the north seat. In the west seat is in the top left, Yukie Inomata from Mahjong Bar All Green. And the north seat in the top right from Team Jong Ring is Taeko Nakano.
I'm quite excited. I actually took my professional test with Nakano.
Ooh,
and
that sounds very
super
exciting.
Nice, super fun. So I'm glad to be watching her.
And so here we are after session 8, so we see Mahjong Soul or Jantama and New Generation channel, New Gen channel. They're both fighting it out at the top there. 2 more sessions to go. Jong Ring or Jong Ring, however they anglicize it here, is slight negative at minus 38.3, and Mahjong Bar all green has quite a bit of work. It's still definitely possible with 6 games, 2 sessions, 3 games per session, so 6 games to come out in first, but it is winner take all, and if you don't win, you want to be as close as you can to winning to get that wild card. So all green is going to have to dig their way not just to third, but all the way to the top.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get some firsts in, aren't they?
Right, and right before we begin, we'd like to ask that you give a thumbs up to the stream so that we show up more when people are searching for Mahjong World Riichi Championship, the Yukan Fuji Cup. Much appreciated. If you like this English commentary on Japanese pro play, doing something pretty special here, as well as subscribe to the World Riichi channel so you don't miss tomorrow's broadcast, the future broadcasts, or the playoffs. I believe the playoffs are coming up around March or April, so that's gonna be pretty exciting. Whew.
We've got some months to get through though, so stay with us.
Now that being said, are you ready, Gemma, for match 1?
I am ready. I'm ready. Come on, Nakano. Come on.
Alright, so you can see the jersey there. Not even using the last name as is common. Even in the West, it's common to use your last name.
Yeah.
But the Jong Ring players, they like to be
The first names.
yes.
And
we can see
do you know what? I'm not excited by Mahjong Soul's uniform.
Outfit, the uniform.
No. I'm also. I just don't think the all green bar has enough green.
It's still on that. It's all jade and not all green.
Yeah, it's not all green.
That's the translation.
There's a lot of white there. A
Mm.
lot of white there.
Yeah, well, regardless of their uniform, Team Jantama is rolling out strong here. Ichihime's thumbs up is giving them a little boost, and they are currently in first. The New Generation channel in second. In fact, they're almost in score order, but all green is actually in west, and Jong Ring is in north.
These are some nice initial draws, though.
Yeah, these hands, I mean, none of them look absurdly fast, so it looks like we still have, I guess, what I like to call a fair game. Everyone's got a shot at it. It's just a matter of where the draws come and how well they play their
the
hand.
East called? No, the East is not called. That's interesting. I was about to say I think like it's going to be who manages to get a value trip in first.
Yeah,
but
I wonder.
Hanamiya doesn't agree.
Yeah, I don't know whether Hanamiya wants more value or she thinks it's just okay. So she calls it. I was wondering whether it was a safety or a value judgment, why she didn't call. Maybe a bit of both. Yeah. But her call allows Inomata to draw her Tenpai tile.
With an Ipeco, waiting on that Freeman and that Southwind. So the Southwind's quite a nice weight, though.
And there's Nakano getting a second Dora of the 4-pin. Still not convincing her enough to go forward. But Asamiya here just completely folding out, even as the dealer here. Thinks she's not quite there yet. This weight is interesting. It did not all the way reach half flush, but it has that sneaky south weight.
Yeah, I think the south is a good weight here. Yeah, I don't know why you'd. There's always a first mover advantage, isn't there?
That's right. There's only one left. Only one south tile left. Because one is on the board, but oftentimes that means other players will be even more willing to discard it.
Right. If they're going to push in, then you're going to push that way, right?
Right. There's no way that they could use it unless they're doing a pair weight, and it's really hard.
Or you can draw it.
Yes, you can always draw it as long as it's in the wall.
So Inomata, but doesn't hit any error.
Yeah, but with Ipeco here, that's not too bad. Reach Sumo Ipeco. Is it 40 fu? I don't think it's 40 fu. It's just short. It's exactly 30 fu, so no rounding. Yep. 1,000, 2,000. plus her Riichi stick back. You'll notice that the new UI that we've gotten since about session 6 or whatever immediately subtracts the Riichi points as soon as the Riichi goes on the table, and so it's also included in the score if they win their stick back. So that's why it's a 5,000 instead of a 4,000. I mean, the Mondo TV Pro League rules are pretty interesting. We've brought them up before, but for our new viewers, you know, some people may have shown up. I know Jenn got a pretty big raid last night, and a number of them were very interested in Yukan Fuji. So shout outs to anyone here from the mahjongjen channel. She will be on for game 2. You'll just have to hope we're entertaining enough to keep you company until we get there.
Don't leave. Oh.
This hand's looking pretty good for Nakano. If you are cheering for Team Jong Ring, as Gemma is, that's a nice hand.
Completely. See, I'm quite like Inomata's hand again, though.
Yeah, Inomata has 2 Dora. She's definitely got a hand as well. In fact,
she's gonna want to go fast, right?
Yeah. Okay, Asamiya is getting a good hand here. She's no longer the dealer, so it's not worth as much, but you still want to win any hand you can. Especially with the plus 20, the Oka bonus for first place here. Not really that common in league or tournament matches, but ever since I think M League, some people credit M League as being like the first big league to introduce like the splashy rules to actual tournament competition play to get the viewers. But I'm not sure if Mondo TV rules were doing that before. I feel like they actually were.
I was about to say, Mondo are quite inventive with their rules. I remember there's one where they were like putting discards in cages, and that meant no one could call it. Like, Mondo are really creative with their rules. Like they are not afraid to experiment.
Yeah, so Inomata and I believe Nakano with her call both tempa here. Inomata doing the Riichi only on a 4-sil right now. Asamiya no longer the dealer, so she doesn't have as much of a reason to defend, but she is going to push a 2-sil right in. Very close to the deal-in tile of 4-sil, but no. It's safe on this one. Yeah. Nakano has the better weight, but less value. No Dora and not in Riichi.
There's no value there.
Yeah. It's just a matter of stopping Inomata and collecting her Riichi stick. I mean, the Riichi stick on the table is a little bit of extra value.
I mean, Inomata's hand is, out of reach. That it's a bit of a crappy weight.
Oh, that's a deal-in tile.
Hanamiya, what are you gonna do now? She's not gonna deal it. She'll deal those green dragons.
There's not too many options here if you want to push the hand, but the one option is to throw that tile right back. Another option is to keep it and maybe hedge 7 pairs. Big thought.
Oh, dragons.
It's taking a big think. Finger to the temple. Okay.
Dragons. No,
9
pin.
9 pin.
It's safe. It's on the table. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know if 9 pin is actually safe to the Riichi.
Safe, but...
Okay, and the chance for Nakano to change her weight. She's going to keep the same weight, but discard a different triplet from her hand. Scared of the 4 pin being so close to the Dora 5 pin. Yeah, that means she can actually see all of the 4 pin, which is always nice information. Especially when it's near the Dora, you know that the Dora can't go down to a 3-4-5 weight. In this case, we see the Dora pair in Inomata's hand.
Hanamiya must be pushing for 7 pairs here, right?
I think so, but she might also just be folding.
I don't have any advice for you. Yeah.
Yeah, so there goes the green dragon. So can't quite keep pushing the 7 pairs. Maybe we'll have a chance in the future. This is also very close to the deal-in tile.
I'm surprised she didn't throw the green dragon the first time around, and then she'd have been in a better position at this point.
Well, I think she was also looking for 7 pairs. Another deal-in tile, and considering that's the only tile that Mata's waiting for, her chances are looking worse and worse now. I think there's one left.
No, one left. Yeah.
A single 4-sil. If Nakano draws it, I would imagine she would discard the 1-so instead of the
Oh yeah,
4-so.
she's
Unless she called for mixed triples, 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure if that's what she did. Because I don't remember exactly what tile she called earlier. We have no vision of it right here. And Hanamiya is not going to be influenced into dealing the 4-so out. 5-so.
She's taking a fit.
That one is safe, though. That one came out a couple turns ago.
Yeah. She doesn't need to take risks. She says no value. Why would you take the risks?
Asamiya not going to call the 5-so, though. Even with the 4-6. It would have been a really nice call if she was looking to push her hand, but too scared of the Riichi here. Even 7-so had just come out.
Yes.
Inomata just kind of getting unlucky, the information she's giving out on Riichi, allowing Nakano to just keep pushing tiles.
I think Inomata's going to have to draw it. It's not going to come out. None of these players are going to easily throw it. Especially at this stage of the game.
There's 1, 2, 3.
Oh, so now she's just waiting on the 8-pin.
Yeah, it's because Nakano had she didn't want to deal that draw from last round, and so she would have won here, but has to hope to draw the winning tile again. The green dragon has come out.
Yep.
We are coming to the end of the wall, but there's still about 12 tiles left.
Yeah.
Like 3 draws per person. Maybe.
Oh wow.
Yeah, not quite 12 tiles.
Might drop the 8-pin here. Well, she might drop the 7-pin.
The 2-so is safe though. Oh, it's gonna go with the 7-pin.
7-pin just came out like 2 discard. Yeah.
I guess the 2-so is safe to everyone except Nakano, and because Nakano has just changed her hand recently a couple times, that's probably what's making Hanamiya a little scared. Oh, I thought she was gonna grab the 4-so, but it's actually just the 6-so.
She's Tenpai. This might be where the 8-pin comes out.
Yes, this might come out for sure, especially as the dealer. She's made it to Tenpai as the dealer. The weight looks pretty good. It is Tsuji to Dora, but she has 2 Dora herself. Thinking really hard, but I honestly would not. She doesn't go for it. Oh, it finds the last 4-so out of the wall.
She doesn't hit though. She doesn't hit.
Yeah, Inomata has been finding her winning tiles. That's what all green needs, some home run here with their baseball jersey to get out of last place. I mean, she already had 2 Dora, so reach Sumo 2 Dora. That's a Mangan. She's already up 15,000 on second place, and we're only in East 3. She hasn't even gotten her dealer turn yet. A big game here for all green, and you can see with the current scores, the total in the yellow is what the scores would be if the game ended right here. You can see even with the current scores, all green would still need a lot more. So this would be only their first stepping stone on their way back to the top.
Yeah. These girls are fast though. The camera missed the first discard. They are not wasting time.
They're getting right to it. I think a lot of
Dora is the 4 bamboo or the 4-so. So that Dora indicator in the top left there, that's the actual Dora. It's not the indicator. The indicator is the 3-so. I always do a double take. It's confusing to me.
Inomata here has an interesting story. She plays the drums and she plays the darts.
Plays the drums and plays the darts.
Yes. The darts are not a musical instrument. Yes, that's correct. She was inspired to start playing Mahjong from the Mao himself, Sasaki Hisato. Sasaki.
Yeah.
However you want to order it. I was actually recently roasted on Jenn's Prost series by
oh really?
Sasaki Pro himself as well. Yes.
Wow.
That was a fun episode. I'm glad to have my Mahjong seen by Sasaki Pro.
He's a very intelligent guy as well.
Yeah,
I'd like to be roasted by him.
He's also featured on a couple of Mondo TV's other programs as well. This being a Mondo TV production here. And us being the English translation for it. Although we are not affiliated with Mondo TV ourselves.
They're very generous to let us use their stream. So it looks like Inomata's now looking for a Sanshoku.
I don't think Nakano will be also looking for the Sanshoku, but
yeah, not liking Nakano's so much.
Cutting the 9 pin, so we're looking at the Tanya, the all insides for the Ichihime for Asamiya here. She's playing for Ichihime there. Okay.
Jenn is learning us that we are original commentary. Japanese commentary is not half as interesting as we are.
Wow. Don't let them know you said that.
Sorry, I said it to their face.
We don't have the option to delete the VOD this time.
Sorry. Sorry. They made me go on their channel and made me talk things, so I feel like they owe me this one.
I see. So I was hoping the 1 pin would come out there from Inomata, and indeed it does. Looks like all of our competitors' hands are starting to form up. Hanamiya, I think, is the furthest behind.
This is not going to make it into a Sanshoku, is it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Got that really nice wide weight, that 3-tile weight, which is where she wants to end up with a,
what is this?
3 bamboo throw, yeah. Not even thinking about it.
Goodbye, Sanzo. Gonna keep the Dora in hand, keep the Forso. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 away for Nakano.
That's useless. I mean, when you throw out that 3 bamboo as an opponent,
right?
You've got to be thinking, oh, she must have a Dora locked in.
It's definitely a good thing to think about in that spot. I wonder if Hanamiya will call for Tenpai here. She does have 1 bad weight. Around through Inomata, who didn't improve. Nakano is going to keep her hand. So Asamiya discarding her more dangerous tiles previously, so she's keeping a very clean hand. And Hanamiya does call. Oh, has to remember how to do it on the broadcast table. No shortcutting. Have to take the tile before discarding your tile. And now that is the deal-in tile. It is. Hanamiya collects a small hand here, no Dora. Let's see a 5,000 point stick, yeah.
But it moves Inomata off her dealership as well, which I think.
Yeah, I mean,
considering her lead at the moment, that's a good move.
It does put all 3 other players at exactly 21,000, so that's pretty exciting.
Wow, that is lucky 21.
Yeah, I have to double check the rules, but I think the like the position points are like there's no ties. I believe it is broken by the wind order.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're not quite worried about that yet, but if it comes down to it, our first dealer, Asamiya, will come out ahead, 2nd place. She's currently 2nd place.
It's done from the starting dealer, not from. Okay, yeah. Yes, sorry. Yeah. If you look at the scores there, that's what makes sense.
Right. Well, no, it looks like they're all taking an equal loss, so I guess it is ties. I guess they are splitting the Uma.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm checking the actual rule list here. But I believe it's...
Nakano is going to want to get some points here. There's 1 Dora in her hand. 2 white dragons, and I will not be surprised if she immediately calls any white dragons that come out. Hanamiya has 2 Dora. That's an east wind. So she should be calling that.
Yeah, it's not written in our rule guide here, but just inferring from the points on the board.
You don't want that 4 bamboo, Nakano. You don't need it. Just throw it. Well, you can do it. Oh, you can. Okay, you can throw it that way. I'll give you that. That's a better weight. Fair enough.
Nakano has stated that as long as she gets first place in this game, she trusts that her team will be able to ride on that initial wave in order to keep getting firsts for the rest of the day. So
you never want me as your team because that's not how I feel at all. If someone else does really well before me, I'm like, oh no, now I've got to match them. Oh, too much pressure. So, I prefer to only be able to go up.
She's putting a lot of pressure on herself for this game, and this is her first dealer. This is her chance to make it happen. Asamiya is looking to shut that down, though. She's got a nice hand. Hanamiya doesn't have too bad of a hand either. That's a nice draw for her.
That's a nice draw for her. I mean, this is not a flush hand. She's got 2 Dora.
Right.
She's got a potential east call there.
Yeah, and Inomata's hand isn't too bad either. It's not quite there yet. But the problem is Nakano's hand is just not really there yet.
It's not moving.
She's going for 7 pairs, though.
Oh, she needs this one. That's the tile she needs. She's going to call it. She's not going to call it.
Yeah, I think it's the 7 pairs is the reason she's not going to call it.
No, everyone knows that 7 pairs isn't real. 7 pairs from that? Come on, you can't be 7 pairs from that. No.
I suppose it is up to the commentators to be controversial.
Sorry, I'm being controversial. I just think when you're at your 7th, 8th discard and you're that far away, 7 pairs is a reach. It's a dealer. I'd have wanted to call that white dragon. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Sorry, Nakano. I love you.
Yeah, I might also call it, but I believe she is letting it pass for 7 pairs here. We'll see whether it pays off or not. It looks like change is being given out. I mean, Asamiya here is not Tenpai. So it's at a bit of a bluff.
Oh, maybe
a little bit of an angle.
No, it might be the point sticks weren't matching up because sometimes
that's true.
They're not like the RFID just doesn't work for reasons best known to itself.
That's fair. Pair 5. Will it pay off here for Nakano? She is 1 away, especially with that floating Dora underneath the.
I want the full bamboo atom. I wouldn't want the Suji on the Dora.
Oh, also 7 pairs. So this is a Toitsuba pair round. Inomata.
Look at that 2-man. I should have. Oh la la.
Inomata breaking up a triplet here in order to make 7 pairs.
I just think that 4 bamboo is going to become more and more risky as she holds it.
It's true. I think maybe she's hoping to pair it up. Maybe she thinks it's too risky already and is just really praying that it'll pair up so she doesn't have to deal with it.
It probably has become fairly risky at this point. Are we? We're not Tenpai. Oh, yeah, Tenpai. We are Tenpai on the 4-pin, 7-pin, but no reach.
I wonder if that will come back to haunt her here. Is that a triplet of 9s? No, that's a 6.
No.
Yeah, it's too
bamboo.
big.
It's the 6. Now she's got to make a decision.
A lot of decisions here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still an extra pair tile, whether or not she uses it for a run or as a pair tile. It can be used either way. Of course, a lot of times when people are going for 7 pairs, they're searching for the tiles that other people are not waiting for. That is the last Dora. So that's bad news for Nakano. The final one so is in Asamiya's hand here. Asamiya actually having one of the kanji from Mahjong in her last name. That's pretty exciting. She was born for this role.
It doesn't say it like Mahjong.
That's true.
That's a good draw. That's a really good draw.
Okay, 1 away in multiple ways. Can get 7 pairs 1 away. Can also get a regular hand 1 away with a triplet of green dragon here.
I feel like Nakano's hesitancy to call here has kind of locked her in. Like she can't move now.
Yes, I agree.
Even if she wants to.
I think she accepted that. Hanamiya here drawing the 4, so she's accepting her own fate and not discarding it.
I mean, that south wind she can call she's all right throwing that south wind, I think. 'Cause, yeah, Nakano threw it fairly recently, right?
Right. Well, a little poking at the discard pile, but no change here. Sumogiri discarding the tile she drew. Inomata, no hesitation. Currently looking at the most expensive hand of the group here. Just going to keep pushing. Nobody Tempai yet, I think.
No, sorry, Nakano did not throw the south wind, so but I wouldn't be too worried about throwing that one.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like there's a lot of frustration on the table, and they can all see that, right?
and sometimes you have to read the emotional cues from the players as well. You can get a feeling from their discards as to whether they're Tempai, but you can also get a feeling from their mannerisms as to whether they're Tempai. Oh, 7 pairs Tempai! We got a Sanzo fan! Inomata waiting for Sanzo! The threesome. None of them are in the wall. So I don't see it being discarded here, but it's the most dangerous tile. Triple. And it's too late to change the weight now.
No, you can't change.
Nakano's not discarding, and we have reached the end of the wall. 1 player Tempai awaiting on the 3 of bamboos. All green with the all green. Not quite all green, but very close. She's playing her team's strength to its utmost potential. Nakano, unfortunately for her, will lose her dealer turn. Not able to find her 6th pair.
Oh, still on equal points.
Yes.
Impressive.
That's right.
And they get nice round numbers as well. Thank you.
Easy for us to commentate. 20,000
Yeah.
and 40,000. So now we are back to Asamiya. Akane Asamiya from RMU. She is a pro in 2017. She's also a play-by-play commentator. And she has a VTuber alias on her YouTube channel, Hiyori Rin. She plays in the VTuber Pro League, and she's an anime fan and learned Mahjong from watching Saki. So we have the...
Is there any VTubers who aren't anime fans? I thought it kind of went with the territory.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes with the territory.
Yeah. I'd love to be told otherwise, but...
And so... It looks like Nakano here with an absurdly fast hand. 1 away from Tempai off the second.
Flush, right? And she doesn't quite have any Dora, I don't think.
Inomata is very close on her heels. Inomata
She has lots of Dora.
Yeah, Inomata is 1 away.
Yes, sorry. I was about to say she has lots of Dora. I read that thing in the top left as the indicator again.
Right.
No, that's the Dora. She has all the Dora. Well done, Nakano. You want that hand.
Inomata right on her tail is nowhere near as much value. And the 2 weights she has are not great. Hanamiya on her 4th pair. Maybe she's looking for a repeat of last round. Inomata gets to improve her weights here. Chance to catch the Dora to reach Tempai. Of course, not knowing Nakano has 3 of them right here, right now.
Oh, you want to see a 3 Dora hand, don't you?
Yeah, of course I do. Oh, pair of West.
I want to see if Nakano. I'm not just biased. I just think it'd be good.
Yeah, the 6th block there. Even though it had just paired up, 6th block, Asamiya does not like it. So she's going to stick to 5 blocks. When you're deciding between 6 and 5 blocks and other players are 1 away from Tempai, or sometimes even Tempai, it's not really a good sign.
No. I keep my heart is in my throat for Nakano's hand. You would have wanted it on your dealership, though, right?
Yeah, and still no Tempai. No Tempai here. I wonder if players can start to pick up when people are getting antsy from not getting their last tile. A pair? No, that's not a pair. Sorry. That is Tempai.
No, but it's...
Waiting for Dora, no Riichi.
Oh no, this wasn't quite what she wanted. You've got to reach it though,
Mm.
right?
Whoa, no Riichi
No.
here either. There's a quick chance to move to like all simples, especially with like a 5-mon draw or a 4th Dora draw.
I don't know if I want. I don't know if I'd want to not push forward at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's gonna push forward. It's just a matter of getting an improved weight, I think.
I don't know if it's worth it.
Maybe a chance to open call. Oh, a
Yeah,
3-cell
exactly.
weight. Is
No,
this what she's been waiting for?
no, I'm not waiting for a free weight. She's a
Mm,
serious player. Doesn't
mm,
have this nonsense.
mm,
No,
mm.
no,
3-cell weight.
no.
Oh, but no Riichi. 3-cell weight, but no Riichi. He doesn't
Three so.
believe in it enough. It's
No
definitely an
strong
interesting.
opinions about Rinka until now. You all gave me a strong opinion.
You were forced into it, huh?
Oh no. And
Yeah,
if
this is
she'd
a
no,
tough
see,
spot.
yeah, this is the worst because if she'd kept with that pair of two bamboos, she could have thrown the 6-man. She'd have been a much better weight.
That is a strange discard, actually. If you throw 9-mon there, don't you have the Tempai? For all simples? For Nakano there? I think?
Four,
Like
five,
4-4 as
yes,
pair.
yes,
Hmm.
yes. Be 4, 5, 6 with the 2 4s as a pair,
I wonder if
and then she'd be
she'll
able to.
look over that one after the game.
I was still in the world where we hadn't thrown the 2 bamboo, but you're right. In the actual world we live in,
Yeah. I
that is an
mean,
odd weight.
even if it was still a pair of 2 bamboos, she could still discard the 9-mon. It's just a matter of, does the
And
9-mon look dangerous on the board? A
she could
little
throw the
bit?
9-man, 5-man. She could throw the 9-man, and then she could still have that 2 4 and upgrade it. If she draws the 5.
Perhaps she just missed
Maybe
the
have a
alternate tempai. I've definitely missed it before. Chance to switch to 5-cell here. She's got like a half Suji trap in her discard pile. Might give information if she makes another discard out of her hand, though.
I don't know. I don't think she can feel good about this.
Is it finally Riichi time? It is! Suji trap Riichi on the
That's not a
3-cell.
Suji trap. That's not a Suji trap. No reach child creates a Suji. End of story. I'm like, no, 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 no.
Will we
Strong,
see a
stronger Suji.
3-cell happen? Are other players... Oh! 1 away, but she discards the 6 because it's safe. It's completely safe. No reason to throw the 3 there instead. What was that? It's a con of Dora! It didn't quite look like a sumo, but she didn't discard it, so I was wondering.
Yeah, okay, was that the...
Yeah, Condora.
Couldn't-
Condora 5,
Okay.
so she managed to draw one, but can't use it because she's already reached. That would have been the winning tile on the other side. We'll see if 3
There's
so.
there's only 1 3 bamboo left as well, right?
That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think she's not happy.
Hmm.
This is the situation.
Maybe she's seeing the 5-mon or the 9-mon discard rather now.
I mean, it's hard. It is hard when you're on a TV table.
Yeah.
It's hard when you're playing at this level full stop. People are going to make mistakes.
Yeah, or maybe she's just upset that the 5-mon would have been Rinshan and Uradora and Condor and everything. She's like, oh my God.
I know. And this is the problem, right? Mahjong just keeps rubbing it in.
Yeah.
You make one small mistake, and then every draw afterwards just rubs it in your face.
Yeah,
like, oh,
I mean, I don't even know if that's
no.
really a mistake there. Like, maybe the 9-mon, but she still wouldn't have been waiting on 5-mon from that. The 5-mon was just the decision between the 2, the 4, or the 6.
She kept Dama for so long.
Mm.
And then she had an opportunity to have a Yaku. And she didn't take it.
I think that's the 3, so I think that's the last one here. But Asamiya might be willing to push it as the dealer. There is a con on the table, though, so that really changes the danger of things.
Yeah.
Does she have safe tiles? Yeah, she has 5, so at least.
Yeah.
Giving it a hard think. This could be big. Could be a big 3-so deal into 4 Dora. No, she's not going to go in against 4 Dora.
No, you're not going to.
Is there still 1 in the wall, though? Oh no, there's one on the table in the discard pile, so there are no
Yeah, there's
more
one too.
remaining. It's gonna have to come from one
No,
of these players.
this amazing Dora extravaganza is not happening.
7, so
Yeah. You're gonna be dissatisfied with that, aren't
yeah,
you?
I think this is the
See, and
last
this is what
tile.
happens when you get all culty about a tile. Yeah. Immediate punishment. I'm sorry, Nakano.
Maybe if she just recheated it right off the bat, right?
Yeah, do you know, obviously I don't want to say it's a mistake. Maybe she's thinking several levels above me. I don't know. But yeah, I think that could have gone better. If as you said, that 9-man discard, I think that would have been a much better situation. A much better situation.
Well,
Right, wow, we're going fast though. We're on Sav 2
yeah,
now. Hanamiya
Nakano is winning. There is an 80-minute time limit plus one more hand after the 80 minutes runs out that we actually had to make a lot of use of. The time had to be called last week, both our Thursday and Friday broadcast. There was at least one game that went to time. Doesn't look like this one's going to have to deal with that though.
No, I mean an hour and 20 minutes on an auto table, you should be able to do it typically, right?
Typically. But there were a lot of
And
Honda
this is,
last week. There were a lot
you
of Honda.
don't tend to have the timers on the Red Dragon. No, Red Dragon will not be called. We don't tend to have timers when you're doing final tables for like title matches and stuff. But this kind of a forum you would typically have a timer.
Here we are. Couple Dora in Asamiya's hand. This is her chance to turn it around and at least catch second. Hanamiya is also looking to make a big move on her dealer here. Inomata, not too bad of a hand either.
No. Seen any Dora though, right? See,
No.
dragons,
one Asamiya has a couple Dora. Yes.
Yeah, so Nakano has those red dragons. There's one that's been discarded, and there's one that's the Dora indicator. So is she just gonna fault this hand? Like, is she gotta have an exit already?
Yeah, I feel like she's definitely been very hesitant to call tiles. And outgo the red dragons because she hasn't called them. It is south round, so she could also call south. But at this point, I don't think she's actually doing that either. You can see a south on the table already.
Like, I know the red dragons wouldn't give you that many points. However, it's really tight between the second, third, and fourth place.
Right.
There is a reach stick on the table, basically doubling.
As well as 2 Honda.
Yeah, and you're pushing, Hanamiya, who's one of your closest rivals on this table, pushing her off a dealer. I think I'd have caught that red dragon. Wouldn't have let that one go.
It's definitely an option, but her hand is starting to take shape on its own. And the ultimate draw right here. This is what Nakano was eyeing right off the bat. The Riichi with the closed Yakuhai triplet, catching a big wave.
But then you've got that 7-man weight, and I can almost guarantee you that's where her weight's going to end up. And we can see 3 of them buried in other people's hands. Like if she's not on the 7-man weight, maybe she can get a sand shocker weight 4, 5, 6. That'd be good.
That would be good.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work when we're halfway through the discard pool already.
Yes, I think she's playing big money mahjong. Oh, prefers the 7-man weight to the 3-pin. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure which way to go there.
And I'd be taking that 8-man, 9-man apart because you can upgrade the 2 4-pin weight.
A little bit.
You can upgrade it into a,
That's fair. But with a lot of the early Manzu discards, maybe she figures 7-man is a little more available. Of course, Hanamiya has one right here. And Inomata has 2, so that's not the case for us in the commentator booth who have perfect information. Hanamiya actually is also a VTuber, Misaki. And Inomata here is going to
That's good.
collect the damaten, the closed hand, only waiting on 4-pin.
I mean,
Ipeko only.
yeah, but she doesn't have to do much work at this point.
Right.
Like everyone is similarly below her. Yeah, so that's a 20,000 point lead from all three of them.
Yeah, now she's the dealer. You can see Inomata using the more traditional last name. I think this is the first time we've seen the back of her jersey. More traditional last name on her jersey as opposed to the first name. I feel like it gives a different vibe. There have occasionally been some players, even in like Western leagues, like the MLB, the NBA, the NHL, that kind of, who choose to put their first name on their jersey, and it feels like a nickname when you do it, right? As opposed to your last
Yeah,
name. Yeah.
I know. The only thing is last name feels very school to me. I don't know if it's the same in Canada, but they always call each other by our last names in school.
Hmm.
Yeah. But obviously in Japan, if you know you're interested in Japanese culture, they tend to refer to each other by their last names unless they've
Yes,
got very close
that's
relationships.
right. Yeah, so it definitely feels like kind of having a nickname on the back of your jersey. And like some players do that though.
It's interesting. I thought so. I married a Japanese man, and so I have a Japanese surname, Sakamoto, and I was kind of unsure whether people in Japan would want to call me by my last name or whether they just keep calling me Gemma because and you know, I mean, you tend to get called by your first name if you're foreign there. Tend
Right.
to, yeah. But yeah, it's probably a bit odd calling someone of my face a Japanese name. Might,
That's
yeah.
fine. You've been accepted into the culture, I'm hoping.
I'm not sure. I'm
Hmm.
not sure.
So we have Inomata here. She actually said her parents didn't let her play outside much because she had asthma as a child. I also had asthma as a child. I feel like I'm kind of reading my own bio because I started playing drums around high school too. But she was sent to
You're not.
swimming. My parents sent me to
You're not
swimming
supposed to
too.
play outside when you've got asthma.
The allergens as well as the like
Oh,
the
okay, okay.
stress on your lungs. My parents didn't run with that same philosophy.
I guess
They
it kind of depends where you are, right? Like if you're in the countryside, I would presume outside's got better air. You'd
maybe.
hope.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely had a number of asthma attacks as a kid, but they definitely
Yeah.
didn't do the only stay inside kind of thing to protect your asthma. So, like
Um,
eventually I kind of got over it, but actually, funny enough, when I was in Japan playing Mahjong, just the secondhand smoke, not like the actual parlor
oh
itself
yeah,
was non-smoking, but the amount of people that went outside and then came back
yeah.
immediately during the break, even that was starting to choke me up. So I
Like
definitely
the third hand smoke. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The
Inomata
cigarette.
here folding against the
Cigarette.
Riichi with her 3 dragons.
Yeah, well, she doesn't. She doesn't want to lose points, right? Like if she can,
Hmm.
you know, Hanamiya. Sorry, is it Hanamiya? So Hanamiya is. I mean, it's not bad. It's not great.
Right.
We put her in second. I don't think it would really challenge Inomata for first here.
Hmm. But it's funny to me, she said her parents sent her swimming. That was the one activity she was allowed to do. I feel like swimming is was one of the least fun things for me as an asthmatic with the breath control and all the
Oh yeah.
all other people's germs in the public pool and everything. But
You feel like you vibe with Inomata and her
yeah,
excellent
it seems
mahjong
so.
tile drawing abilities.
Yeah, she sumoed right off the top in the first two hands to establish this big lead, and now she's just been playing defensively to hold on to it. It's going to be
Yeah, she's really
interesting
dominating.
because her team still needs more points, but you don't want to push for more points and lose the
Yeah.
20,000 Oka that you'll receive from first place, as well as the 20,000 Uma. So it's basically 40 points for
Yeah,
first
it's a
win.
little bit like a Mario Kart situation, right? When you're in first, you really just want to defend it, but everyone is going after
Yeah.
you. Like, you know, it's the only victory is first.
You got to
You
watch
know,
out
no one
for
wants to come in
all
second.
those blue shells in other players' hands. And there's
Yeah,
another triple being
Inomata,
discarded. Yeah.
she's just folding. She's not in for this.
Yeah, Nakano hasn't quite quit yet. She
She's
might
got
be
two
able to
Corak
pick
though.
up. Yeah, she might be able to pick up something huge here with a 3-so Dora.
Yeah.
See, sometimes
I'm surprised you didn't
3-so.
comment on the Anzo Dora because of your weird predilection.
Still on 6 blocks. Not gonna go for the 7-8. Actually, does not like the 7-8 mon block. Interesting.
I
Perhaps
think
it's
we've
just the
seen quite a
safest
few
block.
come out, yeah. Yeah, Inomata is just out. She's not
Triple
getting the ball.
twos, one away. I think Nakano pushes this.
Oh yeah.
Triple nines,
la,
Tenpai.
Asamiya, what are you doing?
Yeah, it doesn't even have to Riichi here. It is a dangerous tile though. 7-so Suji to no, not quite Suji to the door, but
No, yeah,
close.
yeah. Oh, and she reaches it. She doesn't hold out for a potential Yakuman.
Yeah, it is. It is late in the round.
It's late. It is late. Watch as she draws it, like right there in the way.
Oh, Tenpai! That ass is just barely so close to the 3-6 that both players are waiting on.
Yeah, the fours are gone. Is there sevens left?
Yeah, she didn't Riichi. Nakano has really been averse to Riichiing. Last time we saw her do it late in the hand.
Not made any noise on the table. She doesn't call. She doesn't reach.
Oh, the wait one turn. Wait one turn reach. Unfortunately,
Well, I hope this pays off for you.
Yeah, 4-7 really not in the wall that much.
Yeah, is there 7 in the wall?
There
Four's
might be
obviously
one copy of a
very.
7, so the 7
Yeah.
of bamboos, but the 3-mon comes out first.
Oh, that's some side glare there. Oh, gosh, don't want to sit next to her.
She's checking out how many points she has to give up. Yeah, I mean, when you see so many triplets, your first glance, you're scared that they just hit Suanko, the Yakuman, and they just overturned the match. But she didn't wait for that.
That was the food coating side eyes, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's a lot of food.
It's like, oh no, is that 32,000? Oh gosh.
There are plenty of photos out there of me giving side eye on the mahjong table, but it's just the problem is when you're that serious and when you're that deep in the game, it's almost impossible to not look like you're mildly irritated.
Because you are mildly irritated, right? It's the truth.
Yeah, but not at the other players, like just at my
just at the game.
Like,
yeah, don't take it out.
It could be any other game. It could have been chess,
right?
Backgammon, anything but what I'm doing. But I chose mahjong. Here I am.
Why do they say don't hate the player, hate the game? Hanamiya opening up with a decent hand. Inomata,
yeah.
huh? That's
I know what's
7.
Do.
That's only 7. That's not that great.
7.
But the rest of the hand is just so bad. Like, maybe that's just all she does. Especially because she wants to play kind of defensively here. Asamiya is 1 Mangan Sumo away from catching first place, though. So, Inomata has to watch out. Of course, Nakano as the dealer. I think Haneman Sumo would also get her into first place. Yeah, so two potential vectors of losing first place for Inomata after that big sumo from Asamiya.
Yeah, Asamiya, again, his hand is not great, though. It's not great.
Even technically, Hanamiya could do something if this 7 pairs turned out to be a Baimon. But
yeah, I mean, Inomata's just out for this one entirely. Her hand is just like, no, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she might feel safe that she can defend, but I think she's also got to feel a little bit worried because her lead isn't that big.
Not with Asamiya's win there.
Right.
No. Yeah.
I mean, if Hanamiya gets a Baimon, because she does have 1 Dora in her 7 pairs, and you never know when it's just reach, sumo, 7 pairs, 2 Dora, 2 Urudora, and you've sumoed a Baimon.
If there's a Mahjong Soul player on the table, that doesn't mean that happens frequently enough to worry about. Okay.
Yeah, Asamiya, the Mahjong Soul representative, just tripled up White Dragon. So, I mean, she's really pushing towards this Mangan Sumo here, her victory condition. And Inomata is just, okay, she's got a pair of green dragons, maybe a like a fighting chance, not a good chance, but a fighting chance. For Nakano, it looks like she is going to have to take two hands. Doesn't quite look like a Haneman here.
It just doesn't seem fast enough, though. Yeah, she's got two green dragons at the end of the first line discards, and
Yeah.
of course we know from our position that it's 7 pairs, isn't it? But we know that the other two
Yes.
are off buried.
Yes. So that's going to be pretty brutal for Inomata.
We're looking at Inomata here, and she's obviously having a little consideration about 7 pairs, I think.
Yeah, Nakano here
Nakano.
on the same team as the Nikaido sisters. She also works on their YouTube channel, the Rumiaki channel. She also works on Mari Takamiya, another M Leaguer's Mari Sampo channel, and she has her own channel. So she's very involved as
Does she want another job? She could run our channel.
yeah, she also streams for Jong Ring there, the Mahjong Pro K-Ring Club. Yes, she's a big streamer. She's in the industry. Maybe
wow, that really is. That is making your career out of YouTube. That's impressive.
And here she's making a bunch of dots into something, whereas Asamiya is making the bamboos into something.
Yeah.
And Nakano with the call. Maybe she'll just go to Tenpai fast. Maybe she won't go for the flush.
Yeah, she's dealer. It's it's a completely valid strategy. We'll find out because she should call the 7-pin here if she wants to go for a flush. I'm guessing. I'm trying to remember what she had now. 4, 5, 6, 2 7s, 2 9s, right? Yeah. Okay. So Asamiya obviously notes that is that another 2-man? No, it's a 4-man. Asamiya notes that the pins are fairly dangerous. Inomata doesn't have to unnecessarily feed Nakano.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right. But she's going to give Nakano the opportunity, and she's going to take it. Yeah, she's just going to take the Tenpai. Go nice and fast. She's the dealer. And here, oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Oh, no. Yeah.
This is pretty close.
They are like water by the table. You just saw a cup being lifted to someone's lips. They are.
I always appreciate the water. Tenpai! So both players not going for the flush, holding pieces of each other's suit. Yeah. Hanamiya deciding not to go for the 7 pairs. So all of the sort of initial ideas of the hands have sort of been detoured.
It's been very flexible. Yeah, they've really moved with their draws, which I think is sometimes something I struggle with, and it's something I see other non-Japanese players struggle with. I think like one of those strategies you learn at the start, right, is look at your draw, and track out a route for it, work out where you're going to take it.
Right.
And I think when you get that under your belt and you start winning, it's great, obviously, but you need to know when to be a bit more flexible and to sort of move away from your initial direction, and that can be challenging.
Yeah, Nakano's calls kind of triggered Asamiya to go faster and take the faster hand, and then of course Asamiya's Riichi has kept Nakano from changing her weight off of being Tenpai because now she's got to fight a Riichi. I think that's pair 5, but she's been discarding pairs already. So I guess it's down to pair 4 once again for Hanamiya. Hanamiya's in last, so she has the most incentive to keep going. Yeah. So Nakano catches the small points here. This also gives Hanamiya another chance to come back, but it does give Nakano some points, and it gives her her own chance to get into first place. 20,000 points behind. Now becomes about 18,000 points. So still outside of Mangan Sumo range, which is that big barrier, right? That's the big goal that most of the Mahjong theory, most of the guides will tell you. If you're in Mangan Sumo range, you have a good shot. But that's exactly why it's surprising when you catch someone with the Hanema.
But second really is in good shot for her.
Yeah, second is within the manga and sumo range. In fact,
Yeah.
not even that. 3-han sumo would do it
Yeah.
in most cases. As long as it's not 20 fu. Inomata has slightly better hand here. But Nakano's hand also looking kind of better from the start than it did last time.
I like this comment from our chat. Learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist.
Right.
It's true. It's very true. Ah, Nakano did not want to draw that Dora. That's going to slow her down.
We'll see. It might get her to the Haneman that she needs. All
So
depends on the
positive.
future
I
draws.
wish I could be like that.
Yeah.
Is that what happens when you come from a country of Thanksgiving? Keep that positive.
Yeah, we got to give thanks for all of our draws today. Oh, see? That Formon is actually going to be really hard to get, though. It's the indicator. There are 2 of them in other players' hands. There's only 1 left.
No, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Sorry. That Dora draw was it's not, that really wasn't her fault, but that really, that was a sucky draw. Don't like it. I think she'd have been better off just having a faster, smaller hand if necessary.
We'll see if she can find the last Formon. Inomata was able to find some of the final copy of tiles from the wall. Will Nakano have her turn?
It's the British cynic in me, so I can't believe it would happen. But Nakano does have that 789 Sanshaku option.
Right.
She could be an aggressive caller. It would be very aggressive though.
I've definitely done it a couple times.
Yeah.
I don't think I've really seen anyone do it at the professional level. But the open Sanshoku. Oh, maybe we won't even have to. 1 away. Wouldn't be so aggressive of a call now. Oh, the last Formon!
I'm telling you.
It's gonna be an absolute...
No. Maybe this is the issue that me and Nakano are having, is that she's too positive and I'm too negative. I'm like, you're never gonna get the 4-man. It's just never gonna happen.
It's gonna be a big problem. It's gonna slow down the hand a lot here. None of these players look like they even need to discard the Formon. Even if they're pushing, the Formon fits into all their hands.
I know. I just don't know what you do with that blasted 5-man Dora.
Maybe she'll draw a 6-man. Or another 5-man. I think there is still 5-man in the wall. And then she could call Green Dragon and it would all be hunky-dory.
I mean, she has to call the Green Dragon no matter what. Yeah.
I don't know. Considering Nakano's previous calling style, we might see a Green Dragon get passed up.
She's quite conservative.
So here it is sitting in Inomata's hand. Is she willing to discard it here? No. Still no. She's going to clutch it. Oh, chance to switch to a better weight. Out comes the Dora with the reach.
Yes. Oh, Dave, where are you? It's a potential chanter. You bloody love it. But she can only win on that 1-man. So we want 2 on the table.
Asamiya doesn't have too much. Asamiya doesn't have too much reason to push here. I mean, she still has some because that's the dealer reach. If she gets it sumo, you're probably ending up in 3rd. But your team's in 1st overall and the whole thing, so you don't want to risk anything huge.
The usual from the audience is saying that having either a positive or negative expectation is a little bit weird. It'll just be what it is.
It is what it is.
I'm not sure, is that nihilistic?
Asamiya is getting closer and closer to discarding that 1-man, though. It might happen here. Out comes the Green Dragon, but it's not her weight now.
No.
The Green Dragon. I wonder what convinced
personalities from their views on Mahjong.
I wonder what convinced Inomata that the Green Dragon was the tile to discard there. That means she's running out of safe tiles, because that Green Dragon, I believe, is a fresh tile. Shonpai as the... No. Here, Hanamiya discarded it. So that means Hanamiya is going in, but she has kind of a nice hand here. No Dora on it.
At the bottom, though, so she has to, right?
Yeah, in a way, she kind of has to.
Yeah.
Her team is in second place, so maybe there's something
another
to like
draw.
lose, but
Another draw here from
with third
Asamiya.
place and even second place being so close, I think
Mm.
Hanamiya is just going in no matter what.
Mm.
5-mon, chance to call, but it's
You gonna do Hanamiya? Yeah.
Dora call. Is that enough for?
Senpai.
I think it's
Senpai on
enough
the
for
floor.
second because of the Riichi stick on the table, no matter who she
Yeah.
wins it off of. So we've got an interesting battle here.
There's one man on the table.
Oh, and it's over. The
Oh,
Forso comes out right after Hanamiya collects Tenpai.
oh, Nakano.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. She's not happy with that. Oh, poor Nakano.
Yeah, she had a good shape. She had the good change and everything to get off of the pure 4-mon weight to wait on 1-4. But Inomata coming through in first place for Team All Green, bringing that last place team up just a little bit more. Asamiya holding a strong score for second, Hanamiya in third, and Nakano coming up in fourth on this one.
Yeah. Wait, Inomata. 3 hands and then that's it.
Yeah,
She just
that's
locked
right.
down.
Inomata caught 2 middle-sized hands. Like one was 4,000 and one was 8,000. She got one more win, I believe, in East 4, but like mostly the East round was where she made her stand. And she was just able to hold on to it, play safely, and the other players were not able to connect on their big hands.
It was an exciting game, though. I think I'm gonna think about that game. I was really interested by how everything Nakano did was not quite what I thought it was gonna be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to reflect on my own style, I think, from that.
I mean, there's definitely every time you play a game and you end in fourth, you realize that like there's a good part of Mahjong that's luck as well, but obviously there's a good part that's skill, otherwise we wouldn't have these professional cups. And so some of the hardest analysis is deciding, okay, did I make a mistake here or did the game just not favor me here? Sometimes
exactly.
it looks one way and it's the other way.
But then that, I like give a shout out to Jenn. I think Jenn's running another study session soon. When she comes online, she can tell you all about it.
Yeah.
But hi Jenn, you can tell us all about it because I was about to really recommend. Those study sessions are really important because I would love to get inside Nakano's head right now and ask her all the questions I've got. Like, why did you do that? Like, what was driving that? But if you go to one of Jenn's study sessions, you can ask those questions, right, Jenn?
Yeah. They're in my Discord, so it's completely, everything is interpreted. So I interpret questions and answers and 3 hours of just totally bilingual study session. And I always get a pro that I think is like, that I really want to play like. So the next one is going to be Go Saito again. He's really strong and also really trying, really active right now. A lot of different activities, commentary, and of course he's a VTuber and stuff. So it's going to be December 15th, so should be good.
I'm enjoying Jenn's
Everybody's
Discord
welcome.
channel.
Yeah. Everyone's welcome to come. It's free to join, and subscribers just get to play on the table. So
that's
It's
right.
a great experience. I did it. I just do it once. Unfortunately, the time zones aren't often that great for me.
yeah, I did try and do some for Europe, but unfortunately Saito was not able to this time, so it had to be more of a US centric time. But
I think
It's Thanksgiving. It's our gift to the Americans. Happy Thanksgiving, Jenn.
thank you. I have a very important Thanksgiving Native American related piece of information for you. So in the Pacific Northwest, the Native American culture is kind of present in a lot of things, the Seahawks logo, things like that. The orca whales are like huge in the Pacific Northwest. And the orca whales have started to wear dead salmon as hats. Like one started doing it and then it became a fad. And it's the second time this has happened. So they are like rekindling the 80s fad the 80s orca fad is back.
Wait, what?
It's
Oh,
fashion.
right. Okay, so in the 80s they were wearing dead salmon as hats.
Yes. And somebody was like, looked at a picture of their old, orca grandma and was like, hey, I like those bell bottoms. I'm going to try that. And their friends have also now started to wear salmon on their head.
I don't know what to do with this information, Jen. I'll let you know later. Anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go and commentate with your dead salmon on your heads.
Also, when do you know when people are going to be able to sign up for the new Roddle, the 3-player Roddle?
I think we're gonna make the announcements on December 2nd.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so be prepared
I'll double
next
check
week for that.
date. Yeah, next week for sure. Because of course it's starting in January. So
Yeah,
I know
can't
people
wait.
are gonna. And Jen is super keen, so she'll be there.
Yes.
Yeah.
3-player Mahjong is the best.
Don't forget to subscribe to the WRC channel so you don't miss out on any of these nice dates. These important dates.
And the whale fashion, apparently. You don't want to miss out on the whale fashion.
It's my Jen's info for the day.
It's good to have some fun facts.
Well,
in between all the important mahjong.
Thank you guys, and I'm really looking forward to listening to you commentate the next one together.
All right,
thank you,
Gemma. You can catch Gemma at damaqueengem on X as she departs our WRC president. We've got Jenn here taking her place for the second game. Already flexing her commentary muscle with her fun fact of the day.
I love orcas. I think if you grow up there, you'll love orcas. I was really happy to come across that. It was posted by the men's guy on X.
Do you actually see them on the coast?
Sometimes you can, yeah.
Interesting. Well, you also mentioned that the World Riichi Online Team League, Roddle, is coming up with a 3-player team league up next, as well as the Euro League for WRC. Gemma mentioned that a little more last week, but it's still happening, so make sure you're subscribed to keep up to date with all the information on that. It's also a World Riichi Championship Discord that you can have a more permanent sort of text-based information, like an announcement board.
Yeah, I think that should be in the description, but I'm ready to watch some mahjong. I'm anxious.
Well, our players are ready to play some mahjong. Our first dealer for the second game is New Generation Channel's Rinka Hayakawa. Our south seat up in the top left is All Green's Megumi Umezawa. In the west seat for Team Mahjong Soul, Hinako Umemura. And our north seat, one of the Nikaido sisters for Team Jong Ring. They are both on Team Jong Ring, but today we will be seeing Rumi Nikaido in our second game.
Yeah, Aki will be around for the third game. She actually commentated she did the Japanese commentary for this game. And it's really fun to hear Aki commentate on Rumi's games because she knows Rumi so well. She knows exactly what
She knows
Rumi's
the
gonna
play
decide
style.
every time.
That's funny. All right. Well, let's hope we do just as well of a job here.
All right, Rinka Hayakawa. She's the wife of Namba Shibukawa from the Sakura Knights team in M League.
One of the newer M Leaguers.
Yeah, but he's been there a few years now.
That's true.
I played with him on the X Furin Kazan audition table right before he was drafted to Sakura Knights.
So he had a good showing, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, he didn't make that audition, but he was drafted right after. So
he was put on file. They didn't pick him yet, but he was on file as the next pick.
Yeah, also Kei Nakabayashi was on that table as well.
But he got picked up by the Pirates, didn't he? I think.
Yep, they both got drafted right after that table. So Just me and Ayuchi did not.
It
But they
sounds
also
like
have at Hayakawa's house. They also have a Rex that is the It's exactly what they use in M League. He ordered it exactly to be exactly what they use in M League
ooh. You can also
in the
find
house.
a Rex 3 at Sparrow's Nest as well. In New York. Very exciting. So here we are in our first game, or sorry, our first hand of game 2. All the hands seem to be working. Oh, that's really exciting for Nikaido here. The Nikaido sisters are so often referred to by their first names. Kind of sounds weird just to say Nikaido, since they're both on the same
Yeah.
team.
I mean, I think we have to use their first names for Rumi and Aki because of that.
Right.
So, and that's why they use their first names for all of their, like, go to PR and stuff. They actually use their. So one thing about the Nikaido sisters is they always use different words for I. You know, like Japan has a million different words for
to
for first
refer to
person.
yourself.
So when I first met them, they were saying boku, which is what usually like younger boys say or men say to be more formal. It's not usually used by women. And then they switched to ore, which is more. Oh, and Rumi reaches waiting for the middle 8 bamboo weight.
Yeah, very interesting reach here.
So they switched to ore, which is even more masculine than boku. But now they call each other. They call themselves Rumi-san and Aki-san on their channel.
How interesting.
Yeah, so they always it's always interesting to hear what their
So they
current...
both would switch at the same time. They would both change. They're like sister it's like a system, a sister system.
Yeah, they're really close.
Oh. Well, let's see if that closeness can grant Rumi a victory here. I don't think her hand has any value right now. Just Riichi has a Yaku and no Dora. So she's looking to sumo and catch Uradora for value. Or at least just win the hand.
She was trying to go for sort of a Sanshoku. She was hedging it for a while, but it just did not
work out.
Did not manifest.
And we can see Umemura here trying to catch an inside hand, a Tanyo hand. We're mentioning Ichihime, the mascot for Mahjong Soul there. Very much known for going for inside hands. And so we've seen it from some of the players as well, from Team Mahjong Soul. They are currently winning still in this
by quite a
overall
bit as well.
series. Yeah, because New Generation ended up coming third in that last match.
Yeah, this is the 5th session for this group. So even though it's the 9th session total, they have had 3 buys.
Oh, well, I thought it was the 9th session for this group. But that means they actually have quite a bit. Yeah, they have quite a bit to play. So that means there's a good chance. Just like a good chance.
Win. The 8 came out.
Miss the Ura.
It's a Suji trap.
Yeah, the Ura points in the wrong direction. The 4-man points to the 5-man instead of the 3-man. So only a 1-hand hand for Rumi here. But still enough to take the lead.
She did have the 5 bamboo discarded pretty early. So the Suji trap worked in this case.
So we focus here on Megumi Umezawa from Saikouisen. She is an enjoyer of beer and horse races. She says her distinct look gives her a sort of trademark in the women's mahjong scene here. Her curly hair and her glasses, and wearing the baseball uniform for all green. She is a Yokohama Bay Stars fan, which is a Yokohama baseball team.
Yeah. Her hand is looking really good too. But coach for the all green team actually has been in our chat before. The first time that we streamed. His name is Kamio. He's also in Saikouisen, also a friend of mine, personal friend.
I remember Kamio-san popping up in the chat.
Yeah.
If he's still here, hello Kamio-san.
I think like he recently had a medical issue. I think he was tweeting about it. He had a stroke, and he's in recovery right now. So I'm not sure if he'll be watching, but I wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, all the best. Just like his team members, Umezawa, speedy hand here.
Yeah, everyone else's hand's super slow.
It looks like Umezawa, the all-green team, also kind of needs to make a speedy recovery here in this group. But as you mentioned, this group still has five sessions to play because they've had a lot of buys. So they have more track, more remaining room to catch up than initially expected at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, we always say that once you're at the halfway point, you can make up as many points as you've lost.
Yes.
So whatever they end with today will be a good indicator of what they need to do by the end of the...
Yeah, well, all green has started off strong.
Actually, Hayakawa's hand is looking really good too. So Umezawa has a sticky one away, sticky shanten. She just needs to get something to stick to one of the dots or to her 3-bam. She has holding on to that Sanzo. She must know that you're commentating today. And Hayakawa's hand coming up right here.
Oh, big draw!
Now it's ready, yeah.
Which weight will Hayakawa take? Actually being first to Tenpai, I believe.
I mean, I think that 5-8 dot is generally better, but there's other 2 8 dots on the board. At least one. I can't tell if the on the right there is also one.
Yeah, the 5-8.
But the 5-8 character is not much better.
She's gonna take the 5-8 character here. It's close to Dora, but she does have a lot more tiles that are sort of separating it that the other players can't have. So maybe that's her reasoning.
She did not reach, so she's looking for some way to change her hand, either possibly changing to a Sanshoku. Yeah. She has a 4-5-6, or maybe switching to a better, like maybe a fake open-ended, the Ariamen or something like that.
Yeah, or a lot of these hands also have the ability to get Pinfu with the right draw, to add a quick Yaku to the hand, make it a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, that would be with that fake open-ended draw, I think, with the shape she has right now. Rumi, still 2 away. Not sure if she's read that Rinka is Tenpai or not.
What's this?
And there is Tenpai for Umezawa.
What's this? She's gonna go in. Reach! So it's 3 players Tenpai, I believe, but only one with the stick on the board.
I think it's only
only
2
2?
Tenpai. Yeah, just Rinka and Umezawa.
That's
and
right.
Now that brings Rumi to 1 away.
Yes, only 2 players Tenpai here. You can cut the tension with a knife. Only one player is in Riichi. But I think the players can kind of feel that everyone's got to at least be close here if they're not folding. The discards look fairly aggressive.
Umemura's been 1 away for a long time too, and with a Sanshoku possibility, Rumi reaches waiting for the 2-5 bamboo.
Kaido reach! This is it. Kind of? You can kind of
there's
make 5,
Sanshoku
6,
here.
7? There's a chance. I don't think it's guaranteed.
It's definitely guaranteed if she discards the 4 bamboo, but she'll discard the 8, so that's not guaranteed. If you're waiting for the 5-8 character, then it would be guaranteed, but she doesn't want to discard the 4, and she's correct because that was the winning tile. But instead, Umezawa. So Umemura will deal. Oh yeah, Umezawa deals into Rumi. So I was tricked by the camera for a second.
That's unfortunate for Umezawa. She's having a tough time this year. Not doing so well in the Yukan Fuji Cup this year. But her team has started to come back, so we'll see if she can make her own personal comeback here. We are only in the East round, and it is still East 3, so Umemura, a Mahjong Union Tour Pro. Is that different from the Mahjong Union?
Mahjong Union has always been kind of the only league that has tour pros. As those pros actually like tour around Japan and do their league sessions.
I see.
At different venues, and like I think they allow viewing and stuff.
So they are still members of Mahjong Union, but they
yeah, it's like an extra title
I
in addition
see.
to their Mahjong Union status.
So that's interesting. Umemura here. 2017 was her pro debut, known as Umepiko. She's one of the online players that actually calls at a low frequency. You know, online Mahjong has this reputation for generating players who have a higher call rate, especially from the days when Asakura was one of the biggest online players known, and his personal style is a really high call rate. I think that's actually part of the reason.
Part of the reason why Tips is a high caller.
No, I think that's just part of the reason why online players in general have a reputation for having a call rate, because he himself was such an embodiment of the online player. And we can see Umemura Tempai. She's gonna reach. She's not waiting for mixed triples for Sanchoku like we've seen some of our other players do. And actually, Umemura won the Mahjong Union Women's League in 2018 and 2019, and then the Cinderella League in 2020. So huge accolades here for Umemura here. And
yeah, just 1 year after becoming pro too. So she's had a lot of first places in her short career.
yeah, and she actually learned Mahjong because of a job she picked up when growing up. She started working at a Mahjong parlor just as an employee, not as a player, but after working there long enough, she was interested enough in the game to start learning, start practicing online, and then eventually confident enough to take it to some titles here.
Yeah, I think they actually made her start playing pretty much right away, so she had to learn quickly. And then she also practiced online.
So she's not gonna be.
Hayakawa reach.
She's not gonna be the only competitor in this one. Got a 3-so-8 for Umezawa. This time, 3 players are definitely Tenpai. Nikaido, the only one not Tenpai yet.
She's just, I think, 1 away though. She's
very
close.
That's the wrong 3! Umezawa has 2 Dora, so she's gonna keep going.
Oh, but maybe it will draw it. She gets the 2 dot. And 1 Ura. It's tying out Sumo Dora, that'll be good for Mangan.
Yeah, it's a tough break for Umezawa, but for Umemura, a huge dealer win. That's going to vault her right into the lead ahead of Rumi there. Rumi still has her dealer to go, though. Umemura proving why she is a title holder.
She seems just cool as a cucumber.
Yeah,
I
know.
Just in the commentary during this game, and they're talking about how people get nervous on the broadcast tables, and Aki was commentating, and Aki said her first time ever on a broadcast table, she was not even nervous. She just felt like she was so busy thinking about how she had to play well that she didn't have time to be nervous.
Yeah, you have to immerse yourself in the game and forget about the outside interactions and factors. And actually, Rumi here and Umemura Nikaido and Umemura, they're both sort of sharing each other's wind tiles. You can see Umemura with 2 souths and an east, and Nikaido with 2 easts and a south. We'll see. Okay, one comes out. It is called. Let's see if she returns the favor? No. Although, of course, Umemura does not get Yaku from the south tile anyway.
Yeah, but Rumi does.
Yeah, Rumi gets a white dragon as well. So Rumi on pace here to actually take over the lead from Umemura with this very nice hand. Looking like it could easily be Mangan. As long as she keeps the half flush in there. Oh, out goes the 3-cell. Oh, does not want the 3rd pair. Umezawa discarding it.
One away for Rumi. And she can pull in that red dragon too. Just like Umezawa's hand just gives me a headache.
Hopefully it's not giving her a headache because she's on the table. It's interesting. Sometimes you have a hand that gives you a headache and you can sometimes just barely scratch out a couple thousand points from it. And then you have a hand that's really easy to play and it's worth 18,000 points because it just flowed so well. You don't always get the equal points for equal work put into every hand.
Yeah. And it always feels like everyone else is having a way easier time getting their 18,000 point hands than me.
Well, Rumi here is 1 away. Not quite an 18,000 point hand, but maybe an 8,000 point hand. Does not want the 4. Hayakawa playing with the 5s as pair. The 5-cell.
Yeah, Umezawa's hand just does not advance, but this is a decent draw for Umemura.
Yeah,
The thing is, it leaves her with the 4 weights, so
a
she's
lot
trying
of
to decide.
options.
She's trying to decide if she wants to keep her Shanten or maybe get rid of something to keep the 3-4-4-5 shape, but I think she decides it's too late to get rid of an incomplete set somewhere else.
Yeah, 7 pin also being Dora. Oh, chance to go for all inside for Hayakawa. The Tanyao hand. Umemura still not good enough. Actually gonna cut the 8 here. Interesting. That is not a south. It's a green dragon. I thought for a second it was a south.
Yeah, I think she was trying to make sure it would be okay to discard against Rumi. Hayakawa had too many groups, so she had to choose which Ishanten she wanted.
Yeah,
She gets
stole
rid
one
of
away.
the 5 bamboo pair.
Umezawa might be able to get a 1-2-3 shape here. Gemma at the beginning of the stream was talking about how the team Mahjong Soul t-shirts, she didn't think the uniform was quite stacked up to the other 3 teams here. But the hoodie does look quite nice, I think.
Yeah, it looks alright, but it does seem kind of, I mean, compared to the elaborate costumes in the game.
Yeah, the other 3 uniforms definitely have more of a sort of uniform feel to them, like a sporty type feel.
I mean, I always love a hoodie, but
like the WRC, it reminds me of hockey. Didn't realize there was such a Canadian influence on the team.
it's just the colors. It's the team that has an A in it. What team is it that's those colors? I had a hockey jersey in those colors.
The Colorado Avalanche.
Maybe.
They had a big A with a snow peak on the top.
Maybe I just have to
But it's not just the color. I think it's like the way that it hangs
Yeah,
off, like it hangs loose like a hockey jersey as well, and it's sort of a thicker material.
it's not nearly as big as a hockey jersey. I think it's supposed to be like a volleyball jersey. But yeah, it was Avalanche. Wow, you know your hockey teams.
Hmm.
Sasuga Canadian.
Ooh, that is that's actually not the interesting shape. The like where you have a two-sided weight and then you have an inside weight on the other side. Sometimes it can be confused for that, but that one mon is actually
Oh,
completely
and after Tip said that she
not
did
used to
not have a Hanemon hand, it turned into a Hanemon hand.
that. Well, I said not 18,000 because she's not the dealer, but now it does look like it could be 12,000.
It's Toy, so it's 12,000 already for sure.
Very difficult decision here for Hayakawa. She saw.
I think it might actually be 16 if she gets the. Wait, maybe not.
I think seven on. So just barely, just short of a
Yep.
Baimon.
I was thinking that she had the South and the Red Dragon, but she can't get both of them. She can only get one or the other.
Yeah, so
But
it's
this might change it to a
con
Paimon if
opportunity
she
against Umemura's reach, though. You can see she's considering it.
does not take it.
You know, with the straight hair as opposed to the curly hair that she's been using a lot, it's actually kind of hard to tell her apart from Aki, at least into my eyes. She used to have definitely her own different hairstyle and thing like that, especially
I
for
think
M
that
League.
she often ends up getting a similar hairstyle to Aki after Aki.
Another
I
con
think
opportunity.
she's a massive Aki fan. I think it's true.
I guess it's true.
Just
Not all siblings are automatically fans of their siblings, but in this
no, I
case,
wouldn't call Aki a massive Rumi fan, but I think Rumi's a massive Aki fan.
And Rumi does not find the tile at the end, but she is going to maintain Tenpai. And we can see Souths in both hands. Umemura glad she didn't give up that South, and doubly glad she was able to pair it up to make a push that didn't wait on it. So, avoiding that landmine, avoiding that big hand from Rumi, leaves Umemura in the lead, still with her dealer in East 3. This is our first game did not have that many repeats, and even just 2 repeats is already feeling longer than the first game.
I mean, yeah, it's still East 3. And it feels like it should be South 1 or so by now, but we're only about just under half an hour in, so
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I guess, forget that Rumi is actually has a number of titles. Like Aki, of course, is a very titled female player. Maybe even the blazing pioneer, the star for women's mahjong. But Rumi won the first Yukan Fuji Cup. And if we go down her list of titles, she's won Tenku Mahjong 4 times. She was the 17th Saikouisen. She was the 12th Mahjong Grand Prix Max winner. And those aren't even like women's titles either. The Saikouisen and the Mahjong Grand Prix Max, those are unisex titles.
yeah, the Grand Prix is actually, you have to actually earn your enough points to be invited to it too.
And she was also the 11th and 19th Pro Queen, which I believe is also a Mondo TV production.
I feel like Rumi might actually have more titles than Aki.
Wasn't that interesting?
But I would say that the Trailblazer woman would be probably Kaori Shimizu in JPML. As she won the OE tournament like before a women's, like I think before Pro Queen even existed.
That's definitely interesting to know. And she's also one of your Prost members and friends.
Yes, and then she also won Pro Queen at least twice, I think. Yeah, she's a very good friend. But Aki was definitely one of the first. She became a pro before Rumi did.
Hmm.
So Rumi, yeah, the Rumi kind of copies Aki a little bit.
Well, she's holding her own here in this game. Calling the East 2 Homba, 1 Riichi, 1 Rebo on the board. That's 1,600 extra points on top of her hand. Her hand looks kind of small right now. This might get her into first place on a direct hit, but even on a direct hit, I think it's going to need a little bit more value that isn't in the hand as of currently.
Mimura deciding which blocks to keep. I think she keeps 6 for now. And Hayakawa's hands keep looking pretty good, but she just can't book the win.
Yeah, and definitely don't count Umezawa out here. A Dora for Umemura. She's going to throw it back immediately. No fear on that one. Her hand is almost there. She's the dealer. Not quite Tenpai for Rumi either, but a lot of different shapes will get her there now. Hayakawa has been a little more stuck on the Dora than Umemura was, but this is her chance, I suppose, to get rid of it. Doesn't want to, though.
Yeah, interesting. There's like some Sanchoku options.
Tenpai!
It's too late.
Umezawa striking first. Riichi 2-5 pin. No Yaku, I believe. The Red Dragons never tripled up in the end. But
Mimura will bow out.
I think that means at least 40 fu, even on sumo for Umezawa. So if she finds Uradora, this hand could still be worth quite a bit.
And Rumi found Tenpai just a second ago.
That's going to make the Dora even harder to discard for Hayakawa here. She held on to it that one extra turn after Umemura discarded it, and it's kind of haunting her. That's a tough one. I wonder if she regrets it or whether it's just what it is.
It's a tough spot though. She doesn't really have a lot of safe tiles. If any. Does she have any?
Yeah, I wonder if Dora actually is the safest tile she has, because it's a West. Nah, she's not gonna go right into Dora, because it is the. I mean, she is the West player, so it's nobody else's Yakuhai. But when you're Riichi, you've already got your Yaku, so they could be waiting for the West tile.
For Umemura. I thought she was bowing out, but she ended up drawing the more difficult.
She just found it. 2-5 late. 2-5, so 1-4 here. So low Sozu, a very big minefield. He's gonna go with the high Sozu, Hayakawa. 2-5.
And Hayakawa made that 7 safe for Umemura, so she was able to push the 7.
Yeah, Rumi is not in Riichi actually. She opened her hand, so she has a little more time to make a decision. That 1-so will deal in. I think Rumi's still Tenpai. She didn't fold. Yeah, 1-so will deal in if Hayakawa decides on it. Gonna go with the Dora after all. Finding it the safest tile. 6-so just barely avoids dealing in for Umezawa. Another Dora. Only leaves 1 left in the wall. And Hayakawa continuing to bow out as our other 3 players fight it out in Tenpai. 2 Riichi, 1 open. 6 pin. That is technically safe, but not easy to see from the table. Well, I shouldn't say safe. It just doesn't deal in this case. She's going to go for it, though.
Yeah, it is in Umemura's discard, but it was kind of maybe not so safe looking to Umezawa.
Right.
So many Umes on the table.
Yeah, they are the same kanji. Both of these players here, both Ume, using the same kanji. 1 mon, not the deal in tile. Oh, I think that's it. It was not. Oh, was it 2-5? I think it's 2-5 then. I thought it was 1-4 for a little bit.
1-4 for Rumi.
There's the last. There's the last. Yeah, it is 2-5 pin. And we have 2-5. So, which catches our deal repeats once again. I think this officially
Ura. She gets an Ura, so she'll take 2,000 from each person.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I think it should be 26, right?
Yeah, I think this officially puts Team Mahjong Soul above plus 200 overall. If the game ended right now, which it won't. Although at the rate she's repeating deals, it might. 45,000 points here for Umemura. Umezawa just not being able to catch.
I think she said 2,000 all, maybe. No.
Yeah, there were 2 Honba on the table, as well as a previous Riichi stake.
Yeah, I think she might have. It's weird. She got 7,500 points. Should have been 78 plus. Should have been like 84, right? I think she might have said the wrong score, but I can't. I don't know. I don't know what happened with the. Because that 2 should have counted as a middleweight, and she had the triple of the ones.
I guess because she had it separated in her hand, it might not have been able to see it.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused about the 75 plus 7,500 on the score, because with 2 home buys should have been more than 8,000, but I'm not sure what the calculation was.
Well, we're on to 3 Honba now. Uemura with a huge draw here, 5, 6, 7 pin, all accounted for. Another draw for Rumi, 1 away. That's a nice draw for her. Hayakawa is looking okay here, and that's another pair for Umezawa, who still has quite a bit of work to do, both in this hand and in this game. But it's a good-looking tile. Ooh, that 5 pin is interesting, but she doesn't keep it. Doesn't want to risk it. Hayakawa with a nice draw fills the 7, 8, 9 pin.
She discards a floater before the 7 dot.
Big draw for Umezawa, but so many options. Actually going to cut the 5s because the 2s are Dora. And the white dragon, of course, can be called even though there's only 1 left to make an open hand. Umezawa holding on to 2 Dora. So I guess a fairly quick decision for her.
And that 5 dot had also just come out from Rumi's hand, so it would be more unlikely to triple up.
Yes. 5, 6, 7, 8. But we get no points for 4 length weights in Mahjong.
With the 3, you can fill in a 4 dot to complete that sequence. So like, this does count as 6 blocks.
Yep, 6 blocks there. Rumi first attempt by. It's got a Dora in it, and she is South player, so it is Pinfu as well. Not a bad hand there for Rumi. Pinfu 1 Dora. What do they call that? The bread and butter of Mahjong? The anpan of Mahjong?
Ampan?
Ampan? Mentampin ampan?
I don't think ampan is basic enough to be compared to bread and butter. Ampan is like special jam inside.
Yeah, and butter is special jam inside as well.
Butter is not jam.
It's comparatively. It's a spread.
No.
Jam is a spread. Yeah, Umezawa is trying to make this hand work without dealing in.
We're coming back to this conversation later.
Hayakawa has taken a more defensive approach. I think she's willing to let the hand go.
Had to fold so much this game.
Umezawa is still 2 away, I believe, but she has 2 Dora, and being in last place, she's trying to collect any points she can, trying not to miss any opportunities, and this is a pretty big opportunity for her, especially if the white dragon comes out again. I'd expect a call, although she could use it as 2 safe white dragon tiles. That is going to help hugely. 1 away now. Now I really expect a call on the white dragon. But we will see. It's one of those very difficult calls. One of those very nerve-wracking calls to call the White Dragon, give away all your safety, throw away the dangerous tile against Rumi's Reach here.
I wonder how much anxiety, like, if I'm willing to call that, then I don't feel that much anxiety about it.
Hmm.
But I wonder how other players feel about it.
Yeah, 4-7 so here. Still has not come out, otherwise Rumi would have won already. You can see Umezawa will be able to use a 7 so if she draws it, so she doesn't have to worry about dealing in there. But the 4 so already in her discard pile. That would probably be a deal in if it had shown up. 5 pin from Umemura.
Out, out, out.
Looks like she will not be dealer for the rest of the game.
We still have not got to that eternal dealership yet.
Yeah.
Statistically, you gotta think it's coming soon.
One of these games where someone will not take the game to South Round because they'll run out of time. This is
Just
also
end in
not
East
Tenpai.
one.
That 6
We'll have
is
East one
very
for...
dangerous. I wonder if she cuts 9 so 9 so here. Oh, going for the White Dragons. They are safer, but this means she can't call anymore. Gonna have to draw it now.
I don't think how many 7s are left that she could call.
I think just
There's none
one,
discarded
really.
so far. So 1 in Umemura's hand. Rumi is waiting for 1. I think... And I think there's only 1. Are there 3 in the wall? 3 7 bamboos?
Seems like it.
Yeah. There's
A
just 1 out.
surprisingly good weight here. Out goes the 3 so, not quite a 4 so. There is a 7 so, 2 remain.
It fits so well into Hayakawa's hand, but she's already folding.
Ew, another 3 so. It did just come out recently. Umemura's gonna take that as a sign and discard it. A 6 of characters. So switching it out there. The game continues. Huh. Maybe Umemura gets the chance to be a dealer. Oh, probably not with that discard. Yeah, I think Umemura's letting it go as she was earlier. I wonder if Hayakawa could actually turn this around.
She keeps getting really good draws, but
Yeah.
she has the discipline to to fold.
Yeah, the
properly.
Dora is just very scary. The 2 pin. That's a 9. Man. Umemura could have been Tenpai 2 or 3 times. But in the end, Nikaido, Rumi, collecting an Uradora even. Reach Sumo Pinfu, 2 Dora. It's going to be a Mangan, I believe. Unless I missed a Hanemon, but I think it's just Mangan. Oh, no, it looks like Hanemon. Maybe it was Sanshoku? Did I miss the Sanshoku? 1, 2, 3?
No, I don't think so.
Well, they gave her 12,000 points.
Was it Haite?
Oh, maybe. Maybe it was Haite. But she got a Hanemon there. So that puts Rumi into a solid lead, 7,000 points ahead. Umemura just a little bit behind. And Hayakawa and Umezawa pretty far behind here, but we are still in the East round. A lot of games still to be played. Umemura with a little bit of a messy hand.
Just about 40 minutes in. So we kind of reached the halfway point, and we're not quite halfway done with the game if everybody were to get a dealer turn.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of games, it's nice to have the last dealer spot, but without the Agariyame, without the ability to stop in first place, and with the time limit, North Dealer is kind of the worst seat, I think, in these formats.
Yeah, it does pose a challenge. You have to, it kind of introduces a strategy where you sometimes have to try and push other people off their hands. Or push
Right.
the dealer's turn to, like, win small hands to rotate the dealer's turn.
Right.
And it makes your first dealer turn that much more, like, valuable.
Umezawa here with an interesting choice to not go for 7-8-9 mixed triples for Sanshoku. It wasn't like she had many more efficient lines, but it's not all that much value in her hand. She chose to immediately cut away from the mixed triples to go for a faster hand. And actually, Hayakawa getting rid of the Yakuhai, the white dragons, even though she's got some Dora in hand.
Yeah, I think she's looking at a Pinfu hand, possibly Sanshoku, mixed sequences. I think, yeah, she's got 5, 6, 7 there, but she does have 2 pairs, and the 9 bamboo does not give her Tanyao, so she's be interesting what she decides to wait on there, or what she might not get the chance to decide because of what the draws give her.
Yeah, might find a different way to template here.
For example, if she draws the 8 bamboo, she won't have Sanshoku anymore. I guess she'll have to use the 4, 5, 6 and the bamboos for Hayakawa's hand.
Umemura draws the 8 of bamboos instead. Kind of fits. Umemura has 6 blocks, gonna have to trim one of them eventually. 1. Maybe we'll see a different kind of shape for Umezawa. The full straight, the Itsu. 1 away from some big points here. Good chance at catching 3rd place.
The 7 fills in. Umemura also has a 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku chance.
Yep. Rumi looks at her 8-mon, just throws it back out. Coming close to the end here. I mean, there's a lot of tiles left in the wall, but it feels like we're coming close to the end of the hand.
I think that everybody's hands are so close to being completed that it
Triple
feels like it's close to
fours,
the end.
triple Dora for Hayakawa. Reach! And with the Sanshoku chance, the mixed this is triple, triple, triple. I wouldn't be surprised if that hit Baimon.
Now, if she can just win it, she hasn't been able to win most of her hands today.
That's true. So Umezawa here has the
good hands.
Option to go for all simples, the Tanya. It'd be very difficult, but it's safer against the Riichi, and yeah, she's going to take that route, at least for now. Unfortunately for her, 3 of the 4-pin, those Dora 4-pin that she really wants for her hand, are being used by our Riichi player, Hayakawa. Does not find the winning tile. No Ipatsu here. 3, so... That's a dangerous tile. That's a scary one. She does it! Great courage, and the game continues.
Umemura not sure what to do here.
Umemura will copy the discard with the 3-so.
I think that, yeah, that was kind of a given. The 3-so was a floater, and also she didn't, it was safe, just discard it. So.
Right. Oh, 6, 7, 8. Not quite 7, 8, 9, but still useful. 5-mon's going to be coming out. Rumi's been discarding pretty quickly, even though she hasn't actually reached. She is Tenpai though, but her weight is just not that good. 5-pin even. Yeah, Umezawa's going all in on this hand. He's pushing quite hard here. Oh. Conversely, Umemura playing it a lot more slowly.
Gives it up.
Oh, and
Yumi was 1 away. She didn't have a pair.
oh,
She had 2 incomplete sequences.
I see. So Rumi also kind of giving up here. Umezawa has another difficult tile to discard. This is a tough decision. With the hand on the chin in deep thought. Gonna keep going! She's trying to connect with this hand.
Hayakawa just
Still no
connect.
tempai! And that hasn't been discarded yet either. Still keep going though. Oof. Oof. A lot of guts from Umezawa here. Maybe she will have something to give thanks for as well at the end. Oh, actual tempai now.
Yes, tempai, yeah.
One pin is a tough tile. It's Dora Suji. Maybe 7. No, 7 is also Dora Suji. Probably even worse. She's gonna go for it.
Waiting for the 7-8 dots.
Rumi's dealer reach.
I think that's the Suji trap too. I did. She just discarded the 5
Another
dot.
3-so, which has been safe, but Rumi might change things with her reach. Oh no, it is no, yeah, it wasn't technically safe to Rumi's reach, but Umezawa was committed here. He's
I
pushing
could see
in.
the 8 dot coming out because it's Suji to both reach players at this point.
We're running out of tiles in the wall. It might be time for Umezawa to call it quits here. There's almost nothing left in the wall. Yep, she is going to.
Umemura has 3 of the 8s.
This is Tempai for Umemura, but the 1-so, it is terminal Suji. It's Suji that's on the edge, and that's generally a fairly safe tile. But in this case, the 1-so, the chance to have a pair weight on the 1-so or a triplet, it's a shonpai, a fresh tile. No, there is one. There's one, but one is not really that much. She's gonna call it and still not go for tempai. Guess she's just shifting the weights around so that the Riichi players do not get the chance to get the last draw. But with the con, she does get the chance to get the last draw.
She brings the last draw back.
Oh, but no. No dice. That was her. That could have been Sanbaimon with that con. Honestly, she could have flipped absolute monster, but no win there.
I have to say I'm secretly rooting for Hayakawa. Don't tell anyone.
Man, I'm rooting for you guys to subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, we're so close to our subscriber goal. I think we're like 60 away or so.
And thumbs up so that we show up in Mahjong YouTubers algorithm.
Yeah, it's free, you know.
It's our dream.
So...
Our dream is to get caught by the YouTube algorithm and appear on the sidebar for someone.
It's free. It's free to subscribe. It's free to hit the thumbs up button. So what do you care? Just do it.
Rumi also mentioned that she likes to build Yaku in her hand.
Yeah, that's her general play style. And her and her father play pretty similarly. But Aki plays pretty differently. Aki's a bit more aggressive and doesn't take as much time to build the hands.
I suppose there's one thing she didn't compromise and copy Aki on. That's another pair for Hayakawa, although the rest of her hand still remains to be seen in what direction she will take it. It's like a blank canvas, even though the blank canvas is the Dora for this hand. 5 pairs! Kaido, Rumi. Hayakawa getting more pairs now as well, but only on 4.
Yeah, Rumi's just on fire this game. So actually going into today, Jong Jong Ring had no first places and no last places for their team for all sessions.
Right.
Only second and third places, but Nakano got the fourth place the first game.
Yes. Okay. Actually, interesting. Hayakawa cutting a pair there, not willing to take the 7 pairs route, is going to lock in the 4 threes and a 2. 4 sets of 3 in 1 pair. Classic Mahjong style hand. I think a lot of people take 7 pairs. They like to be rebellious. They like to make a hand that doesn't match regular Mahjong standards. Oh, and the Dora comes out from Hayakawa. I mean, after going away from 7 pairs, it's a lot harder to use the Dora.
Yeah.
Umezawa's
Generally,
gonna use it.
7 pairs is often used when people need to make a Hanemon or higher.
Right.
Because it's kind of the fastest way to get Hanemon.
Yeah.
No
Although
matter
in this
how much I
case,
hate it.
in this case, Hayakawa could use a Hanemon, but I guess she has determined that this way is much faster, and she keeps the very interesting weight. What do they call that? Ryanmen Kanchan, where you have the inside weight on one side, the Kanchan, and you have the outside, the open-ended weight.
Open-ended gut shot.
I mean, that's basically a literal translation. Ryan being open-ended and Kanchan being gut shot. So she is keeping it. The 2, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7 here in dots.
Yeah, that's a shape you definitely want to aim for if you're playing your own games.
Umezawa 1 away now. Her shapes are not quite as good, but it just takes the right tile to win. Umemura? Nikaido? This is very interesting. You could make like a Chanta type hand if you an outside hand if you discard the 2 6s, but no, she's gonna stick with 7 pairs.
7 pairs, but it could end up being just Ipeiko. If one of the other tiles triples up.
Umezawa actually cuts the 5 6 in order to make it safe. Make the hand safer. Oh, and out comes the 7 now. It was just a temporary stopgap. Rumi committing to 7 pairs. Out comes the 5 so. Spun around a little bit, but discarded in the regular fashion. No Riichi there, no Chombo here. And Hayakawa still 1 away. Umezawa still 1 away. Umemura 2 away here. Actually, it might be 3 away. Yeah, I think it's 3 away for Umemura. No, she's 2 away from 7 pairs.
She's got a couple floaters and like lots of blocks. So it's kind of it's another headache shape at this point.
And of course, Rumi Nikaido here has been 1 away from 7 pairs for a while. So all of our players 1 away. Umemura is going to take that 7 pairs with that pair draw she just made.
Yeah, another 1 away.
3 pin thrown out onto the board. Looked like Rumi kind of felt like that one was going to be called because she just placed it there, knowing she wouldn't have to take the time to align it properly, as Hayakawa snap calls it.
Yeah, it's only going to be 1,000 points, but she wants to end Rumi's deal as quickly as possible.
As you mentioned, we are over half time, although we are not technically halfway through the game. So time, especially for the players who are behind, being a big consideration. Trying to get their dealer in before the time limit reaches. Although our trailing players are first and second dealer, so they should still be able to get their deals. Should.
I mean, Rumi at least she's getting a big lead right now, so she won't be as disastrous if she doesn't get her deal.
There's another Tenpai
coming up behind her.
Our trailing 2 players, Hayakawa, Umezawa, both Tenpai. Riichi Umezawa is down to 900. Of course, busting not being a thing in these rules, you can Riichi if you have less than 1,000 points. You'll just go negative. Well, Rumi almost discards the north. Oh, does discard the north. Takes a couple seconds, double takes on it, but still decides on it in the end.
I'm really interested to see what Hayakawa will do if she draws something really dangerous to the reach.
Yeah, it could change a lot of things, even though her reach actually isn't that valuable for Umezawa. Nobody knows that except her and I guess us. It's our secret. The
We are
commentators'
in the
secret.
know.
Yeah. Triple south. That does not make 7 pairs all that great. Umemura's just going to use safe tiles here. I think she realizes her hand doesn't really have a chance. Rumi, on the other hand, finds Tenpai. Oh, she's going to go for it. Chance to keep the dealer turn. Hon from Umemura? Okay, so she's going to go a different route to try and find Tenpai. Makes it a little scarier for Rumi here. And you can see the little shake in her hand there. She
It's
notices.
like, what do I do with that?
Gah!
But she's also got to be thinking that she's not going to get another turn at dealer at this rate. At the speed that they're playing it.
It is.
I mean, they're playing quickly, but it's just so many continuances.
Right. She's taking a long think here. Fold. She's going to go with the 9-mon, the safer tile. I don't think this is that useful to call. Oh, she's going to call it though. Cutting the 3. Yeah, you can't call 9 and cut the 6. The swap call rule is not available. That does mean that Hayakawa doesn't have to draw another dangerous tile and she can maintain her tempai. So a very high level play there from Hayakawa. So that's a professional maneuver, a very interesting technique. Sometimes
you don't see it very often.
Yeah, you don't want to risk drawing the dangerous tile. That's because most hands, I think, don't allow you to like make a call like that and still maintain tempai. She just happened to be able to call the 9 and then throw the 3 all the way on the other side.
And we can see Tezuka there on the left. Sakiku.
Ooh, exciting.
She's played on my channel, my YouTube channel before when we played a live game. The wife of Hisato Sasaki.
We've got star-studded lineup here today. You said the WRC had a bye today? Alright. For this week? Yeah. Did you head into the studio regardless?
I did not. I stayed home and made all of the materials for this project. But we do have a video message from the Jong Ring team after play is over, so make sure you stay tuned to check that out. A message from the Nikaido sisters and Taeko Nakano.
That sounds exciting. Nikaido fans, Nakano fans, Janrin fans for Mahjong Pro Keirin. There's a message for you.
Hayakawa gets her dealership. Now it's going to be her second dealership. She really doesn't want to get points taken away from Umezawa. So that's probably her number one. Well, she wants to gain points during the deal, but...
Right. Umezawa is trying to shut this deal down as quickly as possible. She is holding the 3 Sodora though. There are 3 Riichi sticks, 2 repeat counters, 2 Honba in the middle. So even a small hand is worth a lot here. You can see everyone sort of scrambling for something. Umezawa, that 3-so is going to be more and more dangerous every single discard. Oh, Nikaido, Rumi hits it. So she doesn't actually need to wait for the 3-so, but she collects one herself. That's another pair. And out comes the Dora from Umezawa's hand. Another pair as well for Umemura. Will she take this time to discard the Dora as well? It is usable for her. But this would be her shot to discard it safely. Taking a really long think about this situation.
I think she wants to get rid of one of the pairs, but she's...
Yes.
And she'll lock in the open-ended shape.
Doesn't need the extra 4, so... Rumi not revealing anything else about her hand, just drawing and discarding. Oh, triple 3s! One away. Doesn't go for the half flush? Maybe she couldn't go for half flush. No, I think there was the opportunity for half flush for Umezawa. But she's going to go fast because of all the points on the table. I think all triplets or toy is probably enough for her. With the Yakuhai as well and the bonus on the table. Yeah, here it is. White Dragon, all triplets. Sumo is 40 fu. I believe Ron is still 30 fu. No, Ron should be 40 as well.
Yeah, it should be the same with those calls.
Yeah, the difference between 30 and 40 fu making a pretty big difference here when you have 3 Han. There's between 4,000 and 5,200. Or sometimes 3,900 on a run. So it's worth about 1,300. Of course, small beans in comparison to the extra bonus points on the board. So I think even 30 or 40 fu, Umezawa will be happy either way.
I mean, honestly, with the points on the board, even not having a lot of Yaku is often worth it.
Yeah, Umezawa I think also has a bunch of con opportunities. I don't see many of the 4th tiles of hers on the board. Like the White Dragon is there. Oh, I see. Rumi has the 5 mon, so that's not going to happen. So I guess she only has 1 con opportunity. Oh, it wasn't the 5 mon because Hayakawa has the 5 mon. I thought she called the 5 mon. Oh, and there goes her 3 mon opportunity for the con. So no more con opportunities for Umezawa. Unfortunate. Well, Hayakawa going in. Dealer reach. No Yaku here, just Riichi. Umezawa slowly puts down her hand.
She'll get that extra reach stick. She had called the 2, it looks like.
Ah, there it is.
That's a massive win for Umezawa, and she'll take 3rd place away from Hayakawa, I believe.
That's right. Especially with the dealer penalty, the Oya Kaburi. Whenever you're dealer and someone sumos, you have to pay twice what the other players pay. That is the risk of the chance to win more points as dealer. And indeed, Umezawa moves it to South 2 with a 3rd place performance currently. But now it's her chance to deal.
So, yeah, she'll have a lot of opportunity to run that score up.
So now we're thinking about time. I wonder what the balance will be between speed and Yaku building, value building.
True. I mean, the faster you win, the more hands you get in. So that's one thing to think about.
Yeah, Umemura here definitely trying to stop it. Look at all these points in her hand. It's Yakuhai and a bunch of like edge pairs, terminals and honors that should be easier to get. Because especially in the pro matches, I noticed they're a lot less willing to discard honors, especially when they're value, like Yakuhai, like single ones, than amateur matches. Let's see, Umemura gets the 1 of bamboo though, 1 so. So Umemura's 2 away here. Chance to get a red dragon here from Hayakawa, but maybe Hayakawa starts closing up a bit after seeing all the calls. She's gonna go with the 1 dot though. Red dragon still in hand. Oh, huge draw. Huge draw for Umemura. I mean, it's not all triples like Umezawa's hand, but still advancement.
I think she just wants to make sure she doesn't lose any more points from this one, and she wants her dealer turn to try and take 1st place away from Rumi.
Yeah, I mean, if she had all triples, she could get 1st place right now. But can't force what the hand isn't giving you. Not a bad draw here for Umezawa in her dealer turn. She's gonna cut the Yakuhai greens. Interesting. So she's swinging for a big hand because one of the green dragons is already on the table. So I suppose she doesn't like her chances waiting on only 1. Huge draw! Huge draw,
Yeah.
1 away. All this Pinfu shifting is kind of working out. Although, it might be hard for Umezawa to get Pinfu. Her weights are not exactly open-ended.
Yeah, she doesn't have a pinfish shape, really. It's kind of interesting discarding the green dragon. I guess she doesn't want to settle for just 1,500 points. But I'm not sure where the rest of her value is coming from. There's
Okay.
possible Sanshoku shift, but
So it looks like Umemura is going for just a one-han hand herself. She has the chance of catching Dora if she gets a 5-man to make it a little bit more valuable. But no all triples, no toy, nothing like that. Does look like she has 40 fu though from the edge calls that she got. So this is Tenpai. Umezawa. Middle Suji with the only suited tiles in her discard pile. Oh, I guess the other ones have been called, so there's actually a little more than that. But she's set up a Suji trap on the 5-pin with basically all the tiles you can see. Hayakawa doesn't quite fall for it yet. Out comes the red dragon.
I mean, Hayakawa's 5 bamboo is pretty much stuck in her hands, so I don't think she'll discard that, but Rumi answers back with a chi.
Yeah, so Rumi Tenpai now with slightly more efficient weight, I suppose. No, it's the 5-pin that deals in though.
Oh,
Ooh, this could be Sanshoku though. If Hayakawa keeps the 4-5-6, you could attempt to make Sanshoku. It'd be really difficult. So many options here. 5-pin! The trap is set and it clutches its
the middle, and it was also pretty efficient for herself as well.
Yeah. No Ura though, so Umezawa gets more of a lead on her rival, I suppose, in between 3rd and 4th. But of course that's not going to be enough for all green. All green being behind here is looking to go all the way to the top. So this is just one stepping stone for her team.
Umezawa. What place is Umezawa in right now? Coming into this, yeah, she is in last place overall for the individual race.
Yeah,
actually,
we've mentioned she's been having a tough season. This would be a good panacea for her ills in the Yukan Fuji Cup here, if she was able to make this huge comeback. A panacea. It's like a cure-all.
Oh, interesting. I don't know that word.
It's actually originally from the like the etymology. It originally came from the East. It's like an Eastern medicine that claimed to cure all illnesses. Panacea.
So
yeah, like a miracle
like
drug.
elixir?
Yes, exactly.
Banno sai, I think in Japanese.
Umemura here
has Final
Fantasy. Umemura here has picked up a pair of white dragons. Might be able to use that to quickly stop this stealer turn. Umemura is 1 away, maybe 2. I think she's 2 away. The hands are moving quickly, just like Hayakawa's river. Umezawa's getting there. Umezawa's getting there. Umemura, on the other hand, is a little bit tied up by this isolated Dora, so she's gonna keep it though. And Nikaido, I think this hand's actually a little closer than it looks, especially because she has the green dragons. Although I think that's 2 green dragons on the table, so no, I'm wrong. It's actually further than it looks. Yeah, she can't call the North because she's not the North player. So maybe she's going for 7 pairs here. Looks like that's
I think it
the
has
method.
to be.
I was gonna say because Rumi didn't really sort her hand. The hand's actually a little bit closer than it looks to Tenpai if you sort it. But actually, the reason she didn't sort her hand is because she's making 7 pairs and it doesn't matter how it's sorted. Might even be able to
And it
get a
was
half flush.
not sorted because it was far out. Nothing was sticking together anyway.
Mm. Oh, that's kind of another pair option with these types of hands. Oh, she locks in a pair option, completely cutting the 147. I mean, it is Furiten. Like, she has a Formon in her discard, but still, that's a big weight.
But she does, I think, lock in the perfect Ishanten shape.
Those big shapes are always a little bit confusing.
Especially when it's connected to the. So it's 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bamboo.
Umezawa,
So the 2, 2, 3 would count as a perfect Ishanten shape.
right. Umezawa actually separated the Tuso out of her hand onto the right. And it's something that is different from live mahjong versus online mahjong, where you don't have to worry about other players looking at where you discard your tile from your hand.
Right.
So by separating this Tuso over here, it makes it harder to read that she's waiting around it or something, and she's actually going to swap it out.
Yeah, she keeps the perfect Ishanten shape, perfect one-away shape, but locks in that 3-sided weight.
Yeah, so actually an improvement in her efficiency. Solid play from Umezawa here. Let's see if it can pay off for her. She is so close, but so is Hayakawa with this Dora now. Well, the Dora's always been there, but with the improved hand. Another 3-so. It's going to be discarded.
Yeah, it would just be another, like, perfect one-away switch, basically.
Memura still playing safely, not willing to discard that south tile. Pretty dangerous south tile, and Rumi, without Riichi, still afraid. You never know, these the damaten, the closed tempais can be brutal, and she can kind of see from the discards and feel from the table. Players were getting close. This is actually the first tempai though, Umezawa, and she's gonna go Riichi. No hiding this one.
Also, Rumi doesn't really have incentive to play dangerously. She's in first place. Right now, she doesn't want to lose points with unnecessary risk.
Yeah, I think if she can tell that Umemura is folding, then it's safe for her to fold. That's some of the cases where, like, if it looks like Umemura is pushing for a hand, you might not actually fold all the way.
No, because, like, then you have the risk of a direct hit.
That's true.
Which is way worse than dealing into somebody else.
But you see Umemura there also folding against the Riichi, so it looks like Umezawa has the green light. Just go ahead and draw her tile. And if she can't do it, she's going to get another deal at least, yeah. And kind of drawing 5 pairs, but not keeping it. Hayakawa might be able to fight with this. Yeah, still not really up to it. Not really feeling it.
Yeah, Hayakawa, I mean, any win is still good for Hayakawa at this point because she can take third place back.
Right.
I think she actually kind of wants to aim for more. Her team is not in a super dangerous spot right now, even with her negative score.
Hayakawa's 1 away. So maybe you can joust here against Umezawa's hand. Maybe she can duel. It's gonna be tough. I mean, the Forso doesn't actually deal in, but it's so close to the Dora that it's a pretty scary tile to discard.
Yeah, a lot of people end up waiting around the Dora, and a lot of people Dama that so that it's not obvious.
That's another tough tile, I think. Yes, that's 2 very difficult tiles to discard. So just kind of folding here. And we reach the end of the wall anyway. Umezawa, the lone Tempai player, I believe. That's right.
The dealer will open their hand first and then open in order after that.
Yep. Rumi already awaiting the next hand. She's done with that hand. Claps her hands together. All right, next one.
They're like, hurry up.
Oh, that's
We don't have a
true.
lot
The
of time
time.
left.
That's true. The time. She wants her last dealer as well, huh? Although when you're winning like this, maybe you don't want your last dealer. You don't want the chance for Oyakaburi. It's an interesting
True.
decision. But maybe Rumi as a person would not want to end the game without getting her dealer.
I think that, like, generally when you're in first place, then as far as sort of etiquette to the other players, you want to play quickly so that you don't
Yes, that's fair. It doesn't
mess up
look like you're
their
slow playing. They don't hold
yeah.
grudges against. Oh, so we got a call here from Hayakawa. I don't think that hand is big enough to catch third place immediately. Unless it was Dora. She would have had to have called Dora, but I do not think she called the pawn of Dora. She's waiting for Dora on one side, though. She's got the 1-so and the 4-so wait. Interesting draw for Rumi. He's playing half-sorted.
It's also interesting because a lot of pros will make sure to play sorted on stream, even if they don't normally.
Suppose the rules aren't quite as strict as the M League table. Tenpai. Hayakawa's Tenpai.
Quickly trying to get Umezawa's dealership ended.
And she does it. Yes, it was just a Yakuai. So there is one home or two Honba and one Riichi stick on the table, but I do not think it is enough to overtake Umezawa yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. She'll have to win another. It would have been the last hand, but not after Umezawa won that. Or I mean, she's
the Tenpai
by herself.
payments.
Yeah. She still needs.
So
57?
the scores are arranged from lowest to highest here as we move into South 3. 10,000, 16,000, 31,000, 41,000. Definitely not out of the not out of reach of any player quite yet with two hands to go at least. But still very difficult for Hayakawa to win this hand. Of course, at least getting third place would be a consolation for Team New Jenna Channel.
Yeah, I mean, they're still positive, so they're still in a really good position, even if Hayakawa gets a last place here. It's not an absolute disaster. Sometimes you're going to get fourth place.
But I don't want to get fourth place.
Then the only solution to that, of course, is to play 3-player.
I see.
You'll never get fourth place again.
That is a good point. Not a bad draw here for Aki, who's hiding the north.
Rumi.
Sorry, Rumi. Rumi is hiding the north in the camouflage of dots in her hand. Sneaky move there. You can see Umemura also separating her low and her high pinzu with the characters.
Yeah, I always change my mind about how I want to arrange my tiles. So I end up moving them around a lot during the game.
Yeah, well, that makes it less predictable, right? So I think that's the point.
Hopefully.
Nobody can make a complete read on how you sort your tiles if you sort them differently every hand. Actually, Hayakawa doesn't want the 5-5-6-7 shape. She just goes for the fastest Ishan 10, the widest one away.
Yeah, she's just left with a lot of middle weights, those gut shots. One of them is at least a double gutty, so like, as far as the number of tiles, it's the same as an open-ended.
But it takes another tile in the hand.
And she'll end up waiting On an open-ended if she tempais. I mean, not an open-ended. She'll end up waiting on a gut shot
an
on the
inside
way if
weight,
she
right?
tempais. Yeah.
Umezawa pushing forward, chance to call White Dragon as well as one Dora in hand. The rest of the weights not too. Even the White Dragon weight isn't so good. There's only one left. Well, we'll see if Rumi goes for the flush, but so far it doesn't really look like that's the path she's taking. Here's an interesting draw.
3 Dora.
Here's an interesting draw. Actually, just gonna cut the 7-9.
Let's just start with
Maybe.
the 9 because yeah, she might get Tanya.
Yes. You knew exactly what I was gonna say before I said it. All I had to say was maybe. Umemura. Oh, huge draw for Nikaido. Huge draw for Rumi.
Yeah, not just a side weight fill-in, but the 3 bamboo.
Swing. Now, what will Umezawa do here? Gonna swap the 6-mon with the 7-mon? I guess swap the 7-mon with the 6-mon. Umemura is going to use that Tanyao, that inside shape, as you mentioned, to start making some calls.
Rumi trying to decide where she wants to make her pair.
The dangerous extra 3 cell. She's gonna hold on to it. Maybe go for a Tanyao hand. So we got a lot of Tanyao maneuvers
Well, she
taking
has,
place.
the thing is she has enough open-endeds in the dots, so she's only 1 away.
Umemura going to snap call there. Umemura
So she has
first
2
tenpai.
open-endeds.
Rumi
She'll
tenpai.
cheat.
2 players playing Tanyao, but the one with the Dora is Hayakawa, and she's not tenpai. Ooh,
Which
very.
is so 1 away.
Yeah, very dangerous tile.
sad.
So Umezawa is going to play it a little more slowly. She's going to go around. I'm going to see if she can make this work.
Hayakawa
Oh,
has
straight
Rumi's
5.
winning tile.
Straight 5. She just risks it, but it deals in. Small hand, but it's not what
They're
Hayakawa
going
wanted to
fast.
see.
The time is going to be called. I think the time was just called, so they
Yeah.
have this hand and 1 more.
Rumi looked over, I believe, because the time was called.
That's why she hurried up to win that hand. Because as long as you, at least with JPML rules, as long as you say Ron or Tsumo, then that hand is considered finished and the next one is considered started. So if the time is called after that, then you get 2 more hands.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it used to be when you roll the dice for the next hand, but a lot of people angle shot that one. They angle shot that one to death, and so now it's
literal slow roll.
yeah.
Okay, so Umemura sees the green dragon. She's starting to play a little more slowly now. But I think, once time is called, you can't change how many hands are left after time is called. So it looks like now she's taking her time to make the best decisions because the time can't be changed here. We are in South 4. So here we are.
So we did make it to Rumi's last dealership.
But she only gets 1 or 2 hands, depending on whether the time was called before or after.
Yeah, it seemed like it was. I don't know. It
Yeah.
seemed like it was called after. They acknowledged it after, but I don't know.
Right.
It was really on the border there.
So we've got an exciting finish here. Hayakawa and Umezawa fighting for 3rd and 4th, and Umemura looking for... Man, Mangan Sumo would be just short. Someone would have to put a Riichi stick on the board for Umemura to win off Mangan Sumo. It's always tough when you're 10,000, 11,000, and 1. Oh no, Nikaido's the dealer. It works.
Yeah, it'll work it if it's within a 12,000 point difference.
Yeah, Nikaido's the dealer, so it's enough.
If you're a non-dealer, it would have to be within a 10,000.
Yes.
Within 10,000, but...
Yeah, Umemura, I wonder if she will call the green dragon, or if she's going to try and stretch this out to the Mangan that she needs for first.
Hiding her hand with her shoulder.
Yeah, it's a really hard hand, though, to win. Like we saw a green dragon come out here, so I think she's not willing to call for the cheap hand. But she might be forced to call on the second green dragon if it comes out later in the hand. One thing always to be worried about, if the first green dragon passes and you pass it, the second green dragon might be in the 14 tile dead wall. There might not be a second one. So that's always something to balance. This is definitely a case where Umemura definitely prefer a mangan over a quick one-on hand, but we'll see whether the material in her hand can get her there. You know, whether it can be fast enough, because Rumi Nikaido has already called. She's already one away. Yeah, Hayakawa taking a long time to decide whether she wants to go 7 pairs or a regular type hand. She's gonna go for 7 pairs.
The door there. I think that's the best option for her.
Yeah. And I think we can be especially certain that time has been called, considering how long she took there. The only question is it one hand or 2 remaining? I guess it won't matter if somebody wins that's not Rumi. But Rumi has a decent shot at winning right now.
Yeah, Umezawa's hand is really close.
Yep, it looks nice. There's no Dora, not really much of value, but very efficient. Umemura is going for that Mangan. As we mentioned, didn't call the first green dragon. She's making a half flush now to try and catch it. Maybe that does mean there's only 1 hand left. Although if she wins, there would be only 1 hand left anyway. Because she's not the dealer, so yeah. She's got to do it all in one swing.
So Hayakawa is looking for, I think even 6,400 would be enough for her. If she draws it, it's definitely enough to get up to 3rd place. She's not aiming for 2nd place right now.
Yes.
Umezawa is pretty much aiming, I think, for anything to just keep the 3rd place and not get overtaken by Hayakawa.
Yeah.
Umemura, of course, trying to get that Mangan Sumo so she can take over Rumi.
Oh, it's kind of working, but she has 3 separate honor tiles that are singles. It's always tough.
Rumi just looking for
I think this is Tenpai.
She gets it, yeah, 1, 4, and 3.
Yeah.
So she can't win on the 1 dot, but she can win on the 4 dot or the 3 character. I think this is Tenpai. She's waiting right now for the east only, so she's gonna try and change her weight.
Yeah, I wonder if she's actually trying to dig for a Haneman worth of value, because Haneman Sumo 12,000 plus 3,000, 15,000. No, Haneman Sumo would still be short by a couple hundred. That's tough. So I guess she really should just play whatever she can get. Might have been worth reaching then in that case. Yeah, because even if Haneman Sumo is enough, that's hard. Hard to get a Haneman with that hand. It's currently Riichi only.
And change her weight to the 2/5 character, so now she doesn't have the threat of Furi 10 or Yakulis win.
Right. Hayakawa.
Taeko's still going for all pairs, which
is
so
huge weight.
That's the weight she's waiting for.
Oh, half of these weights you can't win without Riichi. Half of the weights are no Yaku. I wonder why she's going in without Riichi here.
And that's it right there. Rumi gets it because she's ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Umezawa could have won on that. I think that's a no Yaku.
4-7-5-8. Oh, she didn't reach.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she did reach. And that was the last hand, so Rumi Nikaido takes 1st place with 44,200 points. She'll earn 54.2 for her team, and that's the first place for Jong Ring. Umemura in 2nd place with 30,100. Umezawa in 3rd place, 16,200, and Hayakawa bringing up the rear with 9,500. I am really sorry, but I'm gonna have to hand the reins over to Dave immediately. And I think that Corak will be jumping in, but I have a sort of emergency I have to take care of.
Thank you, Jenn, for commentating. Much appreciated. Take care. Everyone, thanks to Jenn. You can all thank Jenn by subbing to the channel and giving the stream a thumbs up as she runs off to take care of daily life. Of course, we have no fewer than 2 equally amazing commentators taking over in this next game, we've got Dave. Hello, USPML president. All right, say that again.
I'm here. Hello.
Okay.
You're a little low, but we can hear you.
I'm turning
Oh,
him
am I?
up.
Let me see. Let me see.
You're okay now. I turned you up, so you don't have to do anything.
All right, cool. I would rate myself as like somewhere between like 0.5 to 0.8 gens. Not equivalent.
Well, we will rate you as one commentator because we also have beside you Corak, another.
Hello, everyone. Happy
ARML
Thanksgiving,
commentator.
at least if you're in America. Everyone else have a good Thursday.
Right, or Friday even.
Slipping into Friday.
Yeah, it depends what part of the world you're at, but hope you're having a good time. We've got Nikaido's on stream. We've got Mahjong Soul on stream. We've got Kamio-san's All Green team on stream. He was here in the very first stream cheering on our English commentary. So this is an exciting
cool.
stream.
Yeah, this is. I was watching the end of that previous game. It was a speedy finish. A speedy finish.
Yep, and Jenn would like me to mention the first recurring study session professional, Go Saito. December 16th, she's holding a study session, study with the pros. She has play like a pro, she has get roasted by a pro, and she's got study with the pros here, December 16th.
Very cool.
As she had to step out really fast. But, of course, now we've got Dave and Corak on commentary, and we've got... I'll leave it to you guys.
Alright, very excited to be here.
Go ahead and take it,
we
Dave.
have some awesome players for this round, right?
Yeah, Sonika Maita, Mika Mizuguchi, Aki Nikaido, and Maiko Arikawa. And of course, we can probably just jump into the game at this point.
For sure, for sure. Interesting fact, it looks like Mika Mizuguchi is currently in 5th overall. So doing very, very well.
Yes, it is
And-
mainly a team competition, but there is also an individual standings.
Left-handed. I'm being left-handed myself. I always like to follow the left-handed player. Super interesting.
Well, it's kind of awkward. I've had situations where a referee looked at it and said, "Oh no, wait, that's actually right," because everyone at the table was like, "Okay, something weird's going on here." Like,
I've
no,
had the
it's
same
just being
situation.
left-handed.
I've played with people who are left-handed, and I get weirded out. I'm like, a hand is entering my vision from like the wrong place. What's going on? And they're just using their dominant hand. Right, looks like we're getting warmed up, and here we go.
All right, I have Maita here as dealer. Nice little Pinfumi, even a Junshan hand here. The more I look at this, the more I like it. Great shapes everywhere. 4 pins Dora. I have a Chun
these-
pair here. Great shapes. Maybe a 567 Sanshoku. Definitely an
getting
above average starting hand.
Sanshoku potential. This is a little parry.
Yeah, a few pairs. Definitely Tanya route. Well, speaking of pairs, we have an
Speaking of pairs,
Anko and what, 3 of them? And a Dora?
Tier
That just
forward.
screams Shitoitsu.
Chitoitsu, or even a flush. So many Montiles in that hand.
Well, you see,
Oh,
maybe
we're
just
just
going for the
going.
flush. Calls the 9.
Right out of the gate, very aggressive.
No, that 1 pin is not a bad draw here. And goes ahead and cuts the floating 2 there. There is a pretty reasonable Junshan route.
Yeah. And you know me, I'm always a big fan. Chanta Junshan. It's all up my alley, so here's hoping.
So I feel there's a difference on those. Ooh, and they see the pawn of the 8.
Pawn of the 8,
Chanta is kind of a what's left over hand. Junshan is very much the hand was irredeemable, but I found a way to make value out of it.
This is interesting because we could go to Toy Toy with the right draw, or we can go to the flush. So I think that Dora was the right thing to throw out of there, even if No one ever loves throwing Dora.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of not forcing yourself into one specific route in a hand, especially when you're open. You're not usually thinking, hey, maybe there's another way to win this hand with value. But obviously, the Chinitsu, definitely the value
Yeah.
plan. Although, speaking of
Uh,
value plan, what about just drawing Dora?
just draw Dora. Just draw Dora. Now we're into like Pinfu Town, I think, because that Dora connects nicely. 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku coming together nicely
Sancho
here.
looking very good here. The problem's going to be the pair. You may even use the Chun as the pair if it's close. The 3 connects to the 4-4-5.
Nice.
3 so doesn't do
Snow for
much. And that
second.
pawn is, as I say, not very disguised.
No. Everyone knows what's going on, but hopefully it'll kind of act as like a shackle on them. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect.
2 Yakuhai. Interesting choice. You can cut 1 pin here. You can cut 6 mon, 7 mon.
Yeah, this is a tough
I
one.
really like 1 pin. The more I look at it, I really like that because we can still accept R4. We'll go ahead and cut the 7. I think you're probably
Okay,
going to use one of
fair.
those Yakuhai as your pair.
Yeah, it ends up with a if you have to wait on like Yakuhai or something else, better to have the one that's gonna guarantee
And go
at
to and
least
hold the East. It's more or less a safe tile, especially with having just come out. But if it pairs up, you're fine with it. And of course, Honetsu Toy Toy. Tone would be a nice little trip to Mangan as well. There's the Pawn and now Ishanten.
All right, we're just gonna push towards Yakuhai Sanshoku.
2 pin doesn't do much. Thinks about it for a second. It does technically accept Dora,
Okay.
but you already threw the Dora, so I'm not sure I like
Yeah.
holding the 2. The more they are, the more I don't like it. But we'll see what's being planned. And yeah, definitely over the Sanshoku Hatsu here.
Yeah, the
One
table doesn't
so
feel
connects.
dangerous enough that the 2 is a scary tile to throw. But I don't know, that's to my amateur eye here.
Well, it doesn't look that scary yet, but I just rather have the 9 so.
Yeah, it could get scary later.
Oh, there's Tenpai. This
There we
is
go,
Hatsu and possible Sanshoku.
Fast first hand, very aggressive.
Okay, so if you're not going to do this, especially because, of course, you called the 9, you can't really use it as a Tanyao. You can't use it that well as a Toy Toy. You already cut the Dora. Speaking of Dora draws and Dora cuts, so much for Sanshoku. The 7's the obvious cut
Okay.
here because you can't
That's a
always
fair
shift
one.
downward to the 4-5-6 Sanshoku.
And I mean, you're trading the maybe one Han Sanshoku to the definitely one Han Dora. So hey, it's kind of a win.
South doesn't really do much here, but this is Ishanten. Still just waiting on that 4-7 for Hatsu Dora 1.
Comes 2.
There's a pair up, so moves the hand not forward in Shanten, but a little bit better shapes.
'Cause with that, if you can pong that 6, you're left looking at Shinitsu Toy Toy.
And going to hold the Hatsu as the safe tile here.
Oh,
And
there
there's
we
the
go. There's
deal
the
in,
4.
just a 4-so. So Hatsu Dora 1, 2000.
2000. Small hit for the beginning of the hand. The beginning of the game, sorry. A lot of aggressive play here, though. People really pushing to get something going in the first hand of this game.
Well, especially when someone opens for what's obviously a Chinitsu, just shutting it down, winning 1,000 or 2,000 is not only good for you, it's good for everyone else at the table.
True. The other players are probably breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief at that. Okay.
Ooh, nice shapes. Possible even Rianpeiko, 4-5-6 Sanshoku, Ipeiko in Sozu. There's so much value here.
There goes the 1. 9 so's the Dora here. And here we
6
have
to the 4-5-6. Also has the Hatsu can either call that down or potentially wait on it.
and the Dora
Possible
pair, so that hand's got a lot in it. Here we
Peiko,
have
Chanta, Junchan type shape. Tons of value. Of the
Anko
Anko of the East.
This hand after hand, people have great shapes starting out here. This is going to be another fast hand.
Oh, the 7, the ideal
Fill on the
draw
7,
from that shape.
yeah.
You can't ask for anything better, filling the overlap.
Beautiful.
Well, definitely hedging towards the Chanta route here.
Now we got pair of Wests. Flush route over here.
And the 4, so just these hands. Now the question is, you got the 1, 2, or the 6. Yeah, the 1, 2 is definitely the
1-2.
value route. A little bit slower most of the time, but a floating 6 isn't that much worse than a penchant.
Chun pair. Every draw for everyone is so good right now.
And the question is, do you hedge the Sanshoku? Do you just give up on the Haku? I'd cut Haku.
Okay, we're giving up on Haku. This Chanta option there. Now we have a pair.
Now
What
it's
is
just
going on?
Honitsu, just going Manzu here. Oh, and the 4, interesting. 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku looks very good. The problem is the pair doesn't really work with it right now.
Yeah,
3 so I
yeah.
feel is the normal cut here. 5 so is Ishunten. No, yeah, just
Okay,
goes with the
3
3.
so. Standard cut. 4 goes away. Not seeing much joy in this 7.
Yeah, I just throw it back. We'll instead throw the 9 here. I kind of like keeping the 9 just because there are a bunch of floaters around it, potentially, if you're going Chanta.
Have we've seen 1 South come out?
Oh, that locks our Ipeco in.
That locks Ipeco. All right, so now we're gonna see if we can do. Okay,
And
here's
that
a
fills
second
3
South.
in there. Now Ishunten. 7 pairs up. And honestly, you might even go Chitoi too. I think this is always 7 so.
Yeah, I feel like 7 so is the thing you ditch here to keep. No,
Wow, just throws it back.
We're just gonna do it.
I think the idea here is a little suspicious of what's happening on the right. We know it's Honitsu. I don't think the pawn looks that scary, but an early 5 pin should always at least set off alarms.
That makes sense. Not one.
Oh, and the backfire on the 9.
These so many wins. I'm like, I should we be thinking about Daisushi, Shosushi, those things, but the South has been pummeled already.
Now we're going to see the pawn. No moves to
just calling
Ishunten.
it.
Which one's taken? The 5 is the greedy play. That's going to be it. Possible
Yeah, it looks
Toi
like.
Toi Honitsu. And that she
Here's
is it. I want
here.
get me out of here. This is Tanya possible Sanshoku.
So fast.
And another 7.
Another 7. A slightly different setup, and we would have had a good shape here. Nine.
Just a lot of misses, which tends to happen.
Yeah, it's amazing that hand with Hats and with Dora is the hand that's ended up being the slow one here.
Now, Maita definitely has the scary hand, but Hayakawa is dealer, just trying to win that 1 or 2 on. And that's going to be the deal in tile. It is the cheap end, so just Tanya.
So that's just 1,500. But the dealer remains. Oof, man, another just really intense
There
hand.
were
Everyone got a
so
lot of
many
great
hands
material.
that just got very big very quickly. And dealer said, I'd rather win this hand than play this gamble.
Yeah, let's just be done with this right now. But that still means no one's really delivered a solid blow yet. It's a fairly close game.
And Hayakawa looks to have a pretty good starting end here. Maybe a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. Looking very good. That's one of those hands, the more you look at it, the more you like it. Even your leftover floater is a Dora.
That's not bad at all.
This has some shapes. 3-mon would really help, but not great. Oh, wow. Hatsu pair, 2 completed shapes, great floaters. This hand, a little bit worse. A 4 so would really help. 6 pairs up.
On the 6 pin.
8-mon, actually a great tile because 9 is Dora. You already have a 7, so may end up just cutting the 7 eventually.
5 connects to the 6, not bad.
East pair up. We're going to have a Yaku high potential here. The rest of the hand isn't great. Could even back in towards Shitoitsu. And now we have that East. We'll see if it does get called.
And it looks like
And
it does.
there's hesitation.
Yes.
So, yeah, someone wanted it. We know who had them.
And so Maita wants to bump Hayakawa off the deal if possible.
Now, with one Homba, you're just basically shutting down dealer here. You're not going for value that much for making that call. 6 ascends the shape nicely.
Ishunten.
Completes one end of it.
West. Yeah, there's really not a good way to add additional value to that hand, so it would really just be East only for the shutdown.
And I think that's something a lot of newer players run into. Well, not new, brand new, but people who are just really learning to build hands, is they keep thinking, hey, let's go for this, and get that closed Riichi, and then you think about it, it's going to be Riichi or maybe Riichi Pinfu, and just calling for 1,000 is fine then.
Yeah, yeah. At the end of the day, the amount of impact you're putting on the game is low either way in terms of point count.
Well, we have an E-Shunten here, needs a 4-so and a 4-7-so. 5 connects here with the 6-6-7. Not E-Shunten, kind of awkward, still looking for a pair there. Also has the door to get rid of at some point. The 9-pin will connect here for possibly Taeko if an 8 comes.
Completing getting rid of the 5-6 entirely.
And he's not getting anything.
Yeah, no
Hayakawa is just
advancement here.
stuck. The hand had so much promise, it's just not happening. Another pair here goes ahead and cuts one of those pairs.
Well,
Can shift this up to 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. Great draw.
that was an unexpected value.
Right.
influx
The
there.
idea here may just be to call the 2-pin and just wait the 7-so. Oh, that is the draw that was being looked for. Fills the Taeko. Now it's potentially
Very
reaching
nice.
Pinfui Taeko Dora 1. Nihon does allow you to accept the 7. That's one of those shapes that is in every intermediate book because it's not intuitive.
Yeah, it gives you that slight widening of what you can pull in to get ready.
Haka doesn't do much. Pinzu, but it's not going to help there. Throws the 9 back. 3-so, well, got rid of it earlier, getting rid of it again.
4 leaves again.
Well, there's a 4, but the
4.
hand's just so bad, you can't really throw Dora this late.
No. You could cut down the 5-6, 6-7, but that's still a slightly dangerous throw at this point.
And gonna go and hold the safe tile, keep the
I'll do
Haku, just slim this down. But oh, there's
There we
Tempai.
go.
That is the Riichi Pinfu Taeko Dora. The perfect draw there for Mizuguchi.
I believe that was.
Oh no, it was Mikaido.
Yeah, it was Aki. I believe it. Yeah, I was going to say, I believe that was Aki. All right, now we're Tempai on the 7-so as well, so now we have a lot of danger at this table. Oof.
Pair up with the 8 allows you to move the hand forward. 6 is kind of an awkward draw here.
Yeah, you can change your way to the 5-6 if you want to, which it really depends on what you're more worried about having to get rid of.
Okay, throws the 8. Now waiting on 5-6.
Yeah, it's safe tile time.
Well, that's the extended shape that can fill in, but it doesn't help it anymore.
Well, you throw the 4, you got the 2-5-8 weight, which isn't bad. It's wide.
Well, the normal cut here is 4-so. The problem is the Riichi, so you may just throw the safe 7 back.
Mm.
That's what I do here.
And it still gives you the option to reach if you get the 2-so. You know, if you get the really good draw,
Right.
2-so or the 2-mon, you can still go for it. So yeah, I think
Or
I
even if you
agree.
draw the 8, you're still keeping a perfect E-Shunten. And yeah, eventually gets there.
Yeah. Well. Oh, 6, 7, 8. Interesting. 5, 6, 7, 8. What do
No,
we
the
do?
concern is the Riichi just throws the Dora into it.
Well, the first discard
Well,
after the
there's
reach
the
was the
Sumo,
Dora.
Reach, Sumo, Pinfu,
Sumo.
Taeko Dora. It's Mangon.
Big hit for Aki. First big strike of the game, and hurls her up to about 31-8, and pulls the dealer down a little more than everyone else, and the dealer was the only one in the lead. So It's kind of the ideal situation.
Roughly a Mongon above everyone else. The team needs is sitting there at minus 18, trying to close a huge gap from team Mahjong Soul there at plus 156.
Yeah.
Ooh, Chudora, Pinfu, great shapes. Have the overlap on the Mons with a 3, 4, 6, 7, but the hand is great. We have the West Onko, Chanta type hand again, but not as a Dora, so that plan's probably out the window.
Concealed Anko of West. Like, that's always an awkward thing to get.
Well, it just means you're going to play closed and you have 3 safe tiles.
Yeah, that's always what I end up taking away from that. It's like, well, oh, 6, 7, 8 Sanshuk is mentioned. I was distracted reading there was a kanji discrepancy that seems to have been corrected.
All right, well, throws a 9-pin last turn, gets another one, throws it back as well. Chun pair up.
Chun
Ooh,
pair.
lots of value potential now. And that fixes the pair issue. Speaking
3,
of
4, 5,
perfect
6,
draws, the
7?
5 Mon
Beautiful.
fills in the overlap with the 3, 4, 6, 7.
7, 8. Okay. We'll cut that 9 so.
9 Mon
Another
pair.
pair.
A few pairs, but there's nothing else in this hand. Speaking of pairs, 6-0 pair up. Improves the shape a little bit. You can call the Chun down later if need be.
Yeah, so we hold on to it.
And
South
pairs
pair.
up. I think you're just going Chanta now.
Chun is let pass. All right.
Ugh.
Nobody likes that.
That's well, it advances your. Well, speaking of advancing your hand, that's now Ishan
1, 2,
10
3,
for
Ishan 10.
Riichi Pinfu Dora 2.
Another pair, 2-mon pair, but
I can just
pairs
throw
don't
the
make us
3
happy
here.
here.
The 2 isn't that useful because 1's already out, so as a pair, it's not helpful. But I just want to get rid of that 3. It just this isn't
Yeah.
fun.
If you don't get rid of it now, it's going to hurt you later.
4 doesn't really do anything. Allows you to accept 2 Dora, but you're not really expecting it at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be as far into the hand. My
Oh, the backfire! The Kanchan fills
Yeah.
before the Sunmin Chun or the Ryodman.
Another non-exciting tile for Maita.
Frieza, well, a good floater. Tempted to, but yeah, just throws the 3.
Yeah,
I feel
it's
you
not.
just have to keep the Ishunt in there. Oh, that allows you to shift to Tanyao. Could even just call this down later for the 39. Of course, you can keep it closed. There's monster value.
We're cutting the 1-2 because we haven't seen that Haku come out yet.
And it is an 8, but it's the wrong suit. Could have accepted either of the others.
Yeah, the 1-2 is completely removed. We got the Haku North in its kind of new safe tiles, I guess.
Yeah, just giving up on this hand, which seems reasonable.
Yeah, it's not quite getting over the hump. And those Dora are probably, and we know truly, in the possession of other players.
And another
pair.
pair. And you have to go Chitoitsu now.
Okay,
That's going to be
yeah.
the play here. Ishunten.
6, 7, 8, 8 is the order of the day here.
Has just drawn nothing. Got to this Ishunten and it just
Yeah.
hasn't budged. And yeah, now
Now we're just
Nikaido's
grab
going to
it
call this
Tanya
down
Dora
for the
Dora.
Tanya Dora 2. Waiting on 2, 5, 8 Mon.
Great wait for it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. What comes out?
There
Well,
it is, and
there
there
it
it
is.
goes. 5,800, and Nikaido definitely pulling away in this game already.
Yeah, there was no way out of that. Could have thrown the hots, but it's still getting to that point in the game where you're not going to be too casual about throwing out dragons you haven't seen.
Plus, the hand was still a shunten for Chitoitsu, and that was onkoed up 5. So if you want to have any offense in it, you have to throw the 5 there.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I always get trapped by a little bit when you have those pairs and suddenly you're building onko. You're like, where do I go with this? You got to be decisive, I think, one way or another.
All right. Well, Nikaido, kind of a pinfu hand. Not great. You do see a couple of Ryamen in there. Nice little shape in Mons with a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. The Sozu fill up nicely with a 3, 5, 5. And a couple floaters. Overall, pretty good hand. 8 connects to the 7 here. Meaning some sort of 6, 7, 8 Sanjiku can shift over the Pinzu. 7-pin Dora. Speaking of 7-pin Dora, we see 2 of them here. Love to go Tanya, but you have that 7-9 so to get rid of at some point. 2-pin doesn't really help. It'll be held a little bit over the Chun. It feels really bad when you cut the 1 to preserve an honor and then you draw the 2 of the same suit.
Yeah, the backfire discards are painful, but a lot of times it's just stats.
Well, that's a really awkward draw with a 3, 5, 5, 5, 6 shape. You figure you're cutting the 3 or the 6 at one point, but you don't know which yet.
Yeah, it looks like there's just a general push towards simples at that point. Here, another Dora pair kind of trending towards simples.
Tumon pairs up, advances the hand because it doesn't technically have a pair. We were expected to use the 6 or the 3 as a pair with one of those complex shapes, but may end up just using it as the Anko and the 3 and 6 as floaters.
7, 8, 9 Sanshoku opportunity being held onto by Maita, I believe.
4 fills in nicely, completed the Ryamen on the Tanya side. The 9 fills in Ishanten, now just has that floating 3 and floating 6.
2, 3, 4, 4, 5. All right.
I think you just go to Tanya with that hand. It's really odd. The problem has been from the start that 7-9 so.
This hand has an interesting option for Itsu as well, but it's a little far.
Yeah. Holds onto the 4. They're going to see the call here. Definitely going Tanya with the pawn there. It should be the 9. There it goes. That just, I see 2 Dora. I don't see it winning closed, so just open and hope something happens.
Get
This
it done
can leave
before
you a
someone
little bit
else.
defensive if someone, just 2 Bon. You just have an amazing weight in Sozu now, potentially. You can go 3 so if you kind of want to hedge it, and that's going to be the play.
Okay,
Because this
fair
still
enough.
allows you to accept the 7 or even the 8, but I don't want the 8.
Yeah, it's like I want that. I want that Pinfu Itsu hand to come together here. Oh, we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
3 is a great draw there. Now Ishan 10,
nice.
but still no value.
Oof. 5, 6, 6, 7. We're gonna throw that 1.
It also feels really bad. When you have an extra leftover tile of the door indicator, you start getting very scared if you get to mid hand. Because almost always someone wants it. Oh.
Ugh. Okay.
Okay, just going to take the Riichi here. It is Riichi Nomi. It's actually a 4-7 Ryanman.
4-7 two-sided. Wait. That's like my
That's
nightmare.
so sad, though.
It's my nightmare. I'm sitting there counting the ways my hand can get ready, and then I draw an unexpected tile like that, and I'm like, well, I am ready. It was just the absolute worst way.
I would have just thrown it back, honestly. I think the Itsu is just so much of an upgrade here. But it is good weight ahead of everyone.
And to some degree, you want to get something going on. You want to pay some attention. Like you want people to be looking at you. So maybe you push it to give the table notice.
You see the 2-man shove for Ishunten. Oh, the 5. Perfect draw. Now
Perfect
Tempai.
draw.
That's waiting on 5-8 for Tanya Door 2.
This is just walking over to Tanya as well.
Three so doesn't do anything and is safe, so it's going to get thrown back. Forso feels bad, thinks about it, has to throw it anyway, and that's just going to deal in. It's the Riichi Nomi. That's an Ura, so at least get something from it. So 2,600.
and the beginning of some momentum, you know?
Of course, sees the 29 because there was a Homa. Also gets the reach stick back. And going to put Mizuguchi in second place. And will be dealer now in East 4.
Bumps Nakano off the deal. Pulls ahead into second. Pretty rational play. Mizuguchi's not so far ahead that she's untouchable at this point, but she's getting her deal in a good spot.
And starts off with a decent hand, not much value here.
Yeah, not an astounding initial draw from Mizuguchi.
Maybe you could go Honitsu when you. I count 4 shapes, but again, it's just Honitsu. There's no Yakuhai in there. So we see, speaking of Yakuhai, East pair up, and we have a floating East may come out fairly soon.
Yeah, not so
And
bad
the
for
important Yakuhai is the White Dragon, because that's Dora, but I don't see any of them.
And no one's touched that yet, so that's going to come filtering out later on.
Another pair up with the 8
See a
pin.
lot of
Didn't like
pairs.
it, and now thinking kind of Chitoitsu. Wanted to go Horitsu, I think. And now just feels forced to kind of hedge everything.
Yeah, it's a lot of options.
Forso pair up.
Another
Can move
pair.
this towards Tanya, and that seems to be the play, cutting the 8 pin. Probably the 9 in the East to come later. And more
Everybody's pairing up.
pairs.
Look at this.
That's wait,
He's
what
got
do I do
something
with this
different on
draw?
here. Yeah,
Yeah,
what happens here?
I definitely like the North there. It's funny to wait on the end, but your Chitoitsu is going to be Tanya so much of the time with this hand.
Yeah, there's our first Dora appearance. What do? We hold on to it.
Definitely moving towards Chitoitsu now. That
Yeah.
7 so is I'm giving up on the Sanchiku route, and I just want to use this.
More pairs, more pairs. Everyone's just pairing up.
That, however, not a pair. Possible 2, 3, 4
Not a
Sanchiku
pair.
upgrade, and that's going to be held with that being the plan. 7 so didn't like it
It's
last
like, oh,
turn,
no.
and that's the curse of Chitoitsu, is
Yeah,
you're
the
going to
first
do that
mispair.
a lot. Form on a great draw
2, 3, 4.
there.
All right, all right.
Beautiful shape. Now the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 pin,
2,
nice
3,
fill
4.
there. Now the Sanjiku looking much better. Still needs to draw the 3 so and 4 so. 8 pin Anko.
Anko.
Can actually move this towards San Anko.
Yeah, I could get rid of that north.
9 pin doesn't do anything, so that's going to get thrown back. 2 so oh. And hesitates.
Yeah,
As
good
I do
lord.
as well. I'd
So
still throw
many
the
pairs.
East.
So many
I
pairs.
don't
He'd
really
probably
want
go.
the safety with a hand like this. I don't trust the safety. It's going to be called here.
Maita grabs it.
Says, I'll just try and get 1,000 and end this. Seven so connects. So much for the Sanjiku, but Riichi Binfu Tanya. Not going to
Tanya,
complain
yeah.
about that.
Pretty solid, pretty solid.
3 pin doesn't do anything. May get thrown back. Could also throw the 7 pin. But does go with the 3
Get
pin.
rid of it.
South doesn't do anything. 1 so. Didn't like it last turn. Still doesn't like it. Oh, there's Tempai.
All right, there we
Riichi Pinfu Tanya. Nikaido
Damn.
definitely trying to run up the score here. Leading on 5-8 so.
Yeah. Solid hand, solid weight. Might as well just go for it and let everyone else stress. Choice here is to play it safe.
And still hedging the Chitoitsu route, but not really expecting anything. The 6, similar thought process. But we do have a challenge here. This is still Ishan 10. Doesn't cheese the 6.
Hayakawa is not going to let this go that easy. East is fine. Gets away with
defending, and then that one just came out, so I can't imagine anything but the Hatsu goes.
Yeah. Only thing overriding I could see is like wanting to hold the safe tile for later, but oh, yeah, another 7.
Just with these discards, you think you're really the only one trying to push against this Riichi.
Alas, poor 7 so's. Oh no.
Well, that's probably the end of that plan.
Yeah, that's the end of that. A lone Dora.
You can make an argument to push the Dora if you were Tempai, but it's still not even Tempai, and it's still not even guaranteed to be good weight. In fact, I think it was guaranteed to be bad weight.
Chun should be. Yeah, the Chun's entirely safe. You can see all three of them.
Still winning on that 5-8, so.
Now we are. Mizuguchi is out of this. It's done.
Yeah. Well, there are 3 of them, but they're just are. Oh, well, there's the 4th one. I was wondering where they were in the wall. They're just deep in there.
Easy times for Aki right now. Just oh no, a third west. Alas.
Nah, this hand wasn't making. You could look at that pod. There is a way to construct a hand, but
I mean,
it's
it's
never
unfair.
happening.
It's unfair to look at the pawn and be like, if only you had Magic Future Sight. But at this point, the west is a great draw because it's another safe tile. Progress on the fold. And this is a rough decision to make.
Everything's bad. You're trying to fold, but trying being the key word here. Oh, there's a sumo.
Oh.
Riichi, sumo, pinfu, tanyao.
Tanyao. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No
4.
aura. 3, so isn't going to help. But we'll get the 52 from it.
Yeah, 1326. Another dispiriting time for the other 3 because these big sumos just pull everybody down and away.
And again, the person who was in second takes the brunt of it. And now 20,000 over second place.
It's a big gap coming into South 1.
But that second place fight is really close. Maita a bit behind, but Mizuguchi now around 1,000 in second.
Yeah. The lower 3 are all have something to fight for here. This definitely hasn't broken away entirely, but Aki, as long as she just stays up there on her pedestal, does not have much to worry about right now.
All right, Maito, the great starting hand. Hatsu pair, Dora, great shapes. The 7-pin connects to the 5-5-6 here. And for once, Leslie Kaido has a much slower hand. But speaking of slow hands, Mizuguchi doesn't get much either. Maita connects here, allows another potential Dora acceptance with the 2, 3, 4, 5 so. 3 so currently Dora. 1-pin pair up.
1 pair up, yeah.
One so pair up doesn't help a whole lot. There
really
are maybe
worth it.
some shifts, but for now, he's just playing efficiency. There isn't too much you can usually do in the first 3 or 4 draws. Ooh, possible 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, but gives it up, cuts the 2, so doesn't really like the floater here.
2, 3, 4, 4, 5, looking good.
The problem is the double penchant and Pinzu with a 1, 2, 8, 9. Oh, and the backfire.
Alas. Yeah.
Tumon another pair, and just cuts one of the penchant.
Just gonna cut the 1, 2. Okay, that makes sense. 9s are not helping. Mizuguchi not getting a lot of exciting tiles here.
6 can be held as another pair, but the 5-6 is just such a good shape. You don't need to spend extra tiles to improve it.
5 mon. What do? We have to decide whether we want which of the ones we care about.
I think you have to cut one of the 5s, but I don't particularly care which, as long as you're not breaking the Pinzu 5, 5, 6, 7 shape, which at least gives you an Ipeco route. Oh.
Oy, oy, oy. Poor Maita, just not.
Well, that is Ishan 10. We'll actually hold on to the penchant. I think the idea here, especially if you can get the 6, you can move it around towards a Pinfui Peiko, even though it would be back in Shanten.
Nothing for Mizuguchi.
Oh no, this hand got cursed. The instant
Oh,
Fuso got
Lord,
dropped.
yeah. Everything
There's a
else.
Hatsu. I think you have to call it now. You're dealer. You're in 4th place. You just have to win this hand now.
Yep. We're just gonna go straight ahead.
Well, there is the Peiko I was talking about. Should be 1-pin, 2-pin here.
I'd probably cut that 1, 2 pin. If you gotta have a weight on a single tile, the one that gives you an extra Han's probably the better way to do it.
And that's the play. Goes with the 2-pin. Holds a 4 floater. Doesn't really like the penchant here. 7 loosely
7,
connects
8,
with the
all
ace.
right.
6, 7, 8 Sanshku potential, but it's just getting
It's
late.
so slow. Oh, yeah. Only tiles in the same area. Poor Maita. Lone Dora. Switch our pair to 8-pin. 6, 7, 8.
The plan's the 6, 7, 8 Sanshku, but just a long way still to get there. It's more Sozu draws. West is a blank. The 6
6, 7, 8
connects.
fills in here. Looking good.
Upgrades, but still not Ishan 10. 4 so gives
6,
this a
8.
4, 6, 8 shape, but you don't really want to have to throw the 4 later. Kind of have to make a decision here. And getting greedy here, going to cut one of those safe
Try it.
tiles. Nine doesn't do anything. The question is, you want to cut the 3 and hold the 9 as your relative safety, and throws the 9 anyway.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Shape
Okay,
improves a little bit
Go
here.
to the south to get even more.
Oh,
4,
there's your
5, 6.
fill.
There goes the Sanshoku, but
Tanyao, much more realistic now. Oh, that's such a frustrating tile. The 2 pin's actually really bad, so I like this 1 pin cut.
okay.
Now I have a 3 so pair up. You
Now
can't
we have a
just go
Dora
1
pair.
mon
We can
1
get rid of our
mon.
1-mons, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Keep that Ishan 10. Oh, got an Ipeko
3
here.
fills
3, 3, 3,
in
3,
and
4, 4.
confirms the
Beautiful.
Eiko as double floater. Oh, well, there's a Dora.
Which you can
The
hold.
problem this hand has the same problem it had a while ago, which is it's getting improvements, but it's not there. Oh, no!
Oh,
Oh, I think that was the last 2
what a
pin in the wall, but it
terrible
doesn't
time
matter
for
if you
poor
draw it.
Maita. Poor
I think the
Maita.
way Maita played it
Dead.
was fine.
You never know. This is Tempai.
That is Tempai on 3-6. It loses the Peiko. We'll go ahead and Dama.
Dama on the 3-6 pin fu. Oof, and it could come out right now from Mizuguchi if she feels like this 6 is not worth it.
Long pause here.
Yeah, a lot to think about. Nope,
There's
there we
the
go.
6, and that's going to
And
end
that's it.
this.
Which is just pin fu, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm obligated to complain about Dama Pinfu. It's kind of my thing, but at least it made some sense there.
Yeah, there was no reason to lock it in. It could have been upgraded,
There's
but at the end
so
of the
many
day, you're already
value
winning.
upgrades there. You're in such a big first place. The difference between a 1300 sumo and a 2800 sumo is basically negligible.
Yeah.
I move to South 2 now. And not looking great. Yeah, the best
No.
shape being that overlap 5, 7, 7, 8. That's what I was. The more you look at it, the worse it gets. This is a double south.
It's got some potential speed, but the shapes aren't amazing. 7-8's a good connection. 1, 2,
It's
3,
a
not bad. 3, 4.
much faster hand. This also
And
reasonably fast hand.
this
As
is
a
pretty
Riichi
good. This is
Pinfu
Ishan 10
Peiko
already.
Dora. West going to come out. Just kind of trying to float anything here. 8 connects loosely to the 6, but the shapes are still awful. Wants to call the south and go, probably. There's an Peiko potential with a Pinzu with a 1, 1, 2, 3, 3. Ugh.
Yeah.
This is
8
your
mon pairs
dealer
up.
turn.
Why?
You want to do something, don't you? And you just can't. It's not
Yeah,
there.
tiles are not conducive. Okay. 5, 6, not bad. See you later, Haku, not helping.
No, didn't like it
3, 4,
last
5,
turn
6,
and like it
7.
much less now.
This is beautiful.
You can't cut the 5 so, but it's also a great shape to just cut the 1 pin from and lock in the 1, 2, 3.
The 4, 5 shape, not bad. At least
Give something, and there's a fill.
5, 6,
Fills
7,
the
8,
5,
not bad.
6, 8 to a 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 pair up, more pairs. Can't even cut 3 so here. We'll cut the 8. Blocking the 3, 3, 4, 6, 6. Yeah, this is just float. This needs to be the 6 pin because you've cut the 8. Half of your good draws are just Furi 10. Well, now I guess you can go 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku, but it's just so bad.
Gross. It's gross, and it would take so long to make that happen. So,
well,
the
problem is everything's going to take a long time to happen.
Yeah. Oh, we fill it in.
Perfect fill.
Perfect
now
fill.
Ishan 10 with potential Riichi, Pinfui, Taeko, Dora 2.
Or Chitoi.
Or better yet, not Chitoi.
It is technically a Chitoi Ishan 10, which is great. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, like if you draw.
Doesn't really do much. Well, yeah, if you draw 7, so you probably have to just take it.
It is theoretically possible, maybe not desirable. Okay, we're gonna reach.
There's Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1, waiting 2-5.
Now what do we do?
And Hayakawa says, no, I needed another maybe 15 terms to build this hand.
Yeah. A little stressful.
Well, there is the template we were talking about. Ugh. And there's already a Riichi on board. This is the Ipatsu turn.
We're just gonna Dama the Chitoi. Oh god.
And of course the 4s, there are 2 of them locked in the hand, so really unlikely to win this.
3, 4, 5 fills in for Hayakawa. Hayakawa's not entirely giving up, but that 7 is safe.
Five-mon, there's your Tempai.
Yeah, it would
Could turn it into a regular hand.
Ipeiko Dora Dora.
Waiting on Dora, potentially.
Dora or 8-so, which 5-so's out, so 8-so is reasonably safe, but do you throw the 3-mon to do it, or do you just...
You're dealer, so you have to challenge. I would probably just 3-mon reach, and if it deals in, it deals in.
Well, it's Mizuguchi. Mizuguchi is not...
Oh, wait, no, there was a refresh on the scores.
Oh, wait, oh, yeah, so Eriko is a dealer, but this hand is Mizuguchi. She challenges.
Yeah, there it is. Does go ahead and reach you the 3.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Just a 6-mon, 8-so, Shampon.
Oh, there's a 7, 8, 9. This hand also wants to live.
Ishan 10.
Nikaido's just out. Oh, man.
The 5 is not the tile you wanted here. It's safe to the first Riichi, but it's awful against the second, and just getting out of here.
Yeah. That's the end of it. Or so.
There's the Sumo, reach Sumo, Pinfu Dora.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
That's Inora, Mangan.
Very nice, very nice.
And of course gets the bonus Riichi stick on top of it.
And that
going to jump into a reasonably comfortable second place with how the rest of the game's been going. And Nikaido will be dealer here in South 3.
A little bit of patience, but revenge for Maita after all those challenges.
And just starts off with a Yakuhai.
Yakuhai makes it fast.
Door accepting shape. Looks fast and not particularly expensive.
Yeah. It's a potential continuance. Keep going.
This hand just has double pencha. The 6 at least somewhat helps with a 5, 5, 6, 8, 9.
There's some good shapes there. 2, 3 is good. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, pretty good.
These aren't.
No, these are not so awesome.
The upgrade to a Ryoncon. That's never what you want to hear. Oh, it just fills in the 4. Nice. Gets the Ryoncon right there. Possible 4, 5, 6 Sanchiku if you can get the 6.
Pair up on the 8. Not bad. Connect
7 connects
6,
to 6. Does at least something. 6-mon pair up.
Pair up. Oy.
Just
Oy.
everything about this hand is bad.
Hayakawa's not having a great.
There's a Dora draw, now Ishan 10.
Sure.
And I imagine if the South comes out, it just call for the 2
Just call it. Yeah, just do it. Be done. For Aki, it's only 1 Han, right? If she's.
Well, there's a Dora, so.
Oh yeah, 2 Han total.
Shriza, this is do I just brute force the Junchan? Do I cut the Hatsu? Yeah, Hatsu is definitely the normal play there. It just shows the mental state that there was a log pause. Do I really have to do this? No, I don't.
Is this the only way? All right, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, all right. Okay, my dad.
Significantly better. It's oh.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Ugh, Hayakawa, no.
I'm not even playing this.
All right, so now what? Now do we throw the South and go for...
The South is the normal cut here, and yeah, there it goes.
Okay. We're going to play 2, 3, 4. Very nice.
Fills in that shape completely.
Swap around. 2. It's not Hayakawa's hand.
8-pin needs the 7, not the 8, so the 8's going to go back. Could have tried to call that down for Tanya Dora 1. I might have, just because I think this hand is not ever winning anything big.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right.
2 of those 5 consecutive shapes. And that 6 is definitely a sucky gear. I'm getting rid of this now. Oh, there's our
There we go. And do we
even Dama this, but you're waiting on Dora and Dora Suji, so just throwing the stick out makes sense. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, and possible extra Dora Ipeiko.
Ugh. Ugh. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Okay.
Yeah, the 8 safe. You already have pairs. That's a very logical cut.
Play it safe, stay out of the way.
Well, you're not giving the hand up either. You're just not full power ahead.
Hold on to your reservations. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4.
No, you can't just cut the other 8 here.
Cut the other 8, yeah. Take the 2-sided shape and say that's an upgrade.
Right, because you've upgraded the potential Ryoncon into a Ryanma. You will have to throw the 6 later, though. But with all the 8s out, it doesn't feel quite as bad. And that's just a fold.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have the Riichi and then 1 challenger. I'm using in very air quotes. Now 2 Dora here. Well, the other part of this is that means that Nikaido's Riichi is almost certainly, if it wins, going to be on the cheap end.
On the cheap end, yeah. So what do we do? All right, we are really hedging. Nine is fine.
Yeah, the others are just folding. There isn't that much to say. Close, but that's not it. It's the 2, not the 3. Ooh, 4. Kendochi Toitsu. I think you just have to suck it up and throw the 6-pin.
The 6-pin might be what has to go. This hand really is struggling to lift.
Okay, is brute forcing the Chitoitsu.
Okay,
8's already cleared a while ago.
Two-mon already safe. Okay, the 6-pin. Interesting.
Oh no, this shape would be so good if you didn't throw the 6 last turn.
Just an off by 1 error.
No, the 6 is not safe by any stretch of the imagination, but the 2 isn't great either.
One so out. Yeah, everyone else is out. Here's
there's not much to worry about. They have safe tiles for a while now. The East is a mess. Still looking for that big sumo.
South can go.
You see all those leftover honors, especially the North pair up. You're just not worried about it, even live at this
Another
point.
pair.
Oh, the 3 so that would be Tempai.
It's so ugh. Gonna encore up those twos.
Just keeping the Chitoitsu here. Well, that's an incentive to maybe try and push for K10, but it's not going to throw the Haku here.
Yeah.
There just aren't that many draws in the wall left, but if anything, that incentivizes me to push for payments.
Yeah, I mean, people sometimes do underestimate that. The amount that those last
Well, it's a
Tenpai no Ten payments are worth
2,500
it.
swing every time. So
Yeah,
unless you're
it's a
dealing in
meaningful
Mongon
amount.
1 time out of 3, you should try for the payments.
Oh man. Look at all this pairing up we're doing here. Oh
The
my
5
god.
Onko.
What a pain.
The 6-0's come out. You can reasonably throw the 9, I
The
feel.
9 should be okay.
We could see a 9 in the discard here. So unless they're really ugly, Champone. And with that
Yeah,
south cut, and I don't feel 9 so deals in unless it's Chuchoitsu. Because it was clear that the south was kept over the 8 pin. But it was part
yeah.
of a pair cut. And if it were a Champone, why would you not be waiting on the south?
We believe in you, Mizuguchi. It'll be okay. No, we're doing the
Throws the
okay.
Sugi 3.
Another pair. Lots of pairs for everybody here. Last
This should be the
tile.
last
Oh,
draw.
another 3.
And everyone sees it was plenty expensive, but unless you were hard pushing, you were not going to deal into that.
Probably not, no. But still, another more breathing room for Aki, as it's a 3,000 point increase for her and 1,000 points from everyone else.
Yeah, net of 3,000. Of course, you do lose the Riichi stick in there. But we'll have another dealer turn and 1,300 in the middle. And Maita in reasonably good second place here. Might be incentivized to just call for 1 Han if there's a chance. But that assumes dealer doesn't just call for Yakuhai and then maybe a Dora. With that east pair, this hand is a complete mess, has a floating Chun Dora and not much else. Similarly, just Kanchun's everywhere. 1 Ryanman. And pairs everywhere. Nice 7-8 pin, but everything else just incentivizes Tanyao in it. And I have the Anko of the East. Plan may even be just wait on Chun eventually.
See.
1 Mon throws back. Doesn't really do anything with a 3-4. 6 upgrades this 2-4 to 2-4-6.
2-3-4 Sanchoku, maybe.
Now, speaking of maybe Sanshoku, there's potential of that 4 pin, but other than that, it's so bad. I think Itsu's just better. I would throw the 4 back.
If I'm Arikawa, what am I doing there? Nikaido's got the east, but isn't east, so now let's figure out how to make that cool. Although, yeah, as you mentioned earlier, having them, it just means you got great safe tiles.
One so doesn't do anything.
See, this is where I keep
Oh,
thinking
another
like flush.
pair.
Flush is just entering my mind looking at this.
I kind of like the 5 so cut and hedge the Honitsu. Oh, there's a Dora pair.
Oh, Aki doesn't need that. Aki's got plenty. But it looks like that door is now callable.
South pair up.
South pair, all right. Gives Maita some aggression power.
And as I said before the hand started, Mike just has a huge incentive to get one hot and get out.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't think building the 1-3-5 is worth it.
Interesting. Cuts the sticks here. Takes
Okay,
through
breaks up the
the
pair.
kanchan over the pair.
Haku's been seen already. We don't like it. See, Hayakawa, I would have been
As I said,
still
I
thinking
like
that
the
flush.
5 so cut, not that 9 mon. If you had the
I wasn't
5s,
thinking the
if you
flush.
had the shape, you could still extend it, and you're still hedging the Shitoitsu. But as is, it's just awkward Tanyao. North doesn't really do much. Gonna hold as a safe tile. May even just be praying for a Kogoshi backup, because that hand's a long way from anything. And the 4 fits in.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
Ishan 10.
Ishan 10 on a fairly traditional Pinfu, possibly Tanya with the right tiles.
Would potentially get Arikawa into 3rd place. We need Sumo and some Ura to get to 2nd. I think you just have to cut the 3. So if you're playing it this way, you need to be cutting the 3. So
Yeah, I'm okay.
yeah, and I don't think you should have been cutting the 3 mon if you're going to cut the 1 there.
Yeah. Obviously a little bit of back and forth on where the hand was going to go.
And that's the problem with indecisiveness is if you don't have a plan and then you flail between 2 of them, you end up oftentimes doing both of them suboptimally. Well, there would have been Tempai. This is still Tempai
This
waiting
is
on the
still
4.
Tenpai. It's just
It's so
not
bad. This is always 3
worth
mon.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even consider taking that Tempai. Oh, there's
And
the fill. Gets
Aki
the
fills that.
Kanchan. Now Ishan 10. Of course, can always still pawn the Chun if it comes out.
Tough tiles for Maita. I feel like this hand doesn't have a clear shape.
Don't really want the 5 here because you cut the 4. As a floater, a 5 is actually pretty good, but you'd be giving up both your Peiko routes as well. So back it goes. 4 so isn't going to be kept. And then this hand is Chitoitsu or bust from the looks of it.
Yeah, still a lot of distance to go there too.
Ew. Speaking of sub-optimal draw,
Oh, well,
you have to just reach
you can get a two-sided weight out of it, but like that's all.
Yeah. And that's the play. Riichi
Just doing
Mahjong.
it. We're just doing it.
Re-6-0.
It's enough to get Arakawa into 3rd, but it's like it's a little disappointing, I think, for that to be the
It
end point of
is,
the
but
hand.
it's also turn 10. You just have to take it at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, Ipatsumo. That
Ipatsu.
fixes the issue. Riichi
Okay, 1,
Ipatsumo.
2, 3.
Then look, there's Ura. As 3 pins the Ura. So that might get her all the way to 2nd place. Could be very close because there was 1,300 in the middle.
6-3 brings her up to 20. Not quite.
Nope, still
Not
2,000
quite.
short.
But definitely
Needed
within
that
striking
Ura.
distance.
Yes, you can at least play for 2nd. And Mizuguchi, on the other hand, is dealer. You don't have to think too hard. You just need to win hands. All right, we have the Uncle of the Ones. The rest of the shapes, though, aren't great. It does have a Dora. When I think average hand, that is basically what I think of. There are ways to turn into something good, but it's hard to call. It's very awkward. And
This is strange. I mean, you got hots there.
this is, I just always brute force either Chanta
Haku
or
here for
Honitsu with that. We
Aki.
have a Haku pair. Can probably call and go with that.
Yeah. Big heavy hands here. Heavy hands.
7 pin, possible 789 Sanshoku. the hard sellout is if you ever cut the 6-0. But you also want to hold on that 6. There's often a 6-7-8 Sanchiku shift later where you end up using a 9 as a pair.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, how does
Dora
Mizuguchi,
pair up.
Mizuguchi's drawing Dora? All right, how did Mizuguchi get somewhere with this? Because it's not the kind of hand that she's going to be able to just run away with those 3 one mons in there.
No, you can see has held the
It's-
East as long as possible, but I think it needs to go now. It's either that or
Yeah.
the 8-0.
But these have been some
The more I think, I like 8-0 a bit because I can just start pawning if someone ever cuts the
Yeah.
5-pin or especially the Dora, I might just go toy. And the 8-0 isn't really adding much considering you already have the 5.
Not time to
6
calm
adds a
that one mod.
Kanshan, but doesn't really want it. Just holding safety here. Which, in first place, a long way for everyone else.
Alright.
Everyone else other than dealer has an incentive. to
Ishan
win
10 for the
relatively
dealer.
cheaply. Hatsu pair up.
Oh, that means our Hatsus are paired with 2 different people.
4, 5, 6 completed.
4, 5, 6 completes. All right, everyone's starting to make some progress now. 3, 4, 5 completes.
Yeah, dealer's just Ishan 10.
6 mon.
7
8,
connects.
9 completes. All right.
Yeah, allows you to call the Hatsu, but we don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. The interesting
Unlikely.
situation here is you end up waiting on that 6-9 Hatsu, and it may come out as a defensive play.
3, 4, 5, 6. What do we think?
I cut
4 mon is
4 mon.
extraneous. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even really think very hard about this.
We're
The
not
8
gonna
actually
throw the
looks pretty
Dora.
good. You're using a Dora. Yeah, and there it is. What you're doing is you're effectively trading a 4-mon floater for a 3-0 and 6-0 floater.
Hmm.
Oh, that is the perfect draw. That is
good
Tempai.
draw.
You always just slam this.
I think we got to.
There it is. Riichi, Dora 2, waiting on 5-pin and another Dora. With the 7-pin.
7,700 at least for the dealer.
And now
Now we
you
got to
have
think
to
about
make
our
some
lives.
decisions.
We're either going to cut the. I mean, if we want to keep our hand alive and aggressive, we're going to cut the 9 mon or the Hots. We're going to have to pick. Or we're done here. Our work here is complete.
I don't see a way to defend, so I'm just willing to cut the 9-mon or the Hatsu right now. I'd probably go with the Hatsu.
Probably as well. It's one of those if you've got it, God bless you sort of scenarios, you know?
Yeah, if I die, I die. So be it.
Yeah. And the Hots is
Plus,
a
there are
little safer.
Pinfu upgrades. So just from a raw value perspective, it's also the right cut.
True.
There it
Oh,
is.
there we go. Bam. Now, our other Hatsu holder is not aggressing, and thusly will probably
And says,
be throwing
hey, I
something.
just got 2 save
Yeah.
tiles. Thank you very much.
Thanks, friend. I'll start with our south before we reveal.
Another
Oi, all right.
7. Well, it's fine. It's fine for now. You still have one more turn to make the decision.
Yeah, this is some tough choices here. Oh. One of our winning tiles has fallen.
White Dragon is live, I believe, but out it goes.
And not called as well, because Aki is also thinking, let's throw safe tiles.
Well,
Even
he's
though
just not in any danger right now, so just playing very passively is extremely normal with this type of lead, especially against a dealer 4th place Riichi.
It's
Ooh, now we
tough.
get to see how exciting this game's going to get.
Yeah.
That is the value draw. Are you just going to jam the 9-pin
yeah.
and see what happens, or are you just going to cut the 8-mon, the 7-mon? Doesn't cut the 8, this loses the Pinfu route. But the 8 significantly safer than the 7 here.
Here's the 2-mon. Oh, this hand really wants to fight. And we're just.
Oh, there's
Oi!
the second Dora, and now you wish you had that 8 back. There's the 4, so the 7's now Suji, but Dora, trusting Dora as Suji is generally
Yeah.
not a good idea.
Frankly, players of this caliber will probably not
Care.
be distracted by that.
Now, you can't really use this 2-so because the 1-so is Furitet. The upgrade you're getting, quote unquote, only makes your hand worse. The question is, you're just going to outright fold with, say, 999. No, does throw the Dora! Riichi
Throws
Dora
the
3!
Dora into it.
And that's a
Oof.
dealer Mangon. Hits an Ura, but it doesn't matter here.
12,000.
And, ooh. Well, we're just saying no one's going to trust Dora Suji, and Dora Suji just got trusted.
Took a risk. Took a risk.
And that basically locks Hayakawa into 4th place. We're going to need Baimon Sumo in order to come back here. But Mizuguchi now in a reasonably confident 2nd place. Might just still within range, but Mizuguchi now has the Kaido inner sights.
I think a Hanemon Sumo would get Hayakawa back up.
Let's see.
It'd be a 12-3 total.
No,
Bring
it's
her up
going to
to
be, what,
28
300
even.
short.
It would get her to
Oh,
3rd.
hold on. 21. Yeah, you're right. 21.
It would get her to 3rd, but not
No,
second.
hold on. No, 20. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Wouldn't catch
Unless
Mizuguchi.
someone else reaches first. But
If you can get a stick in there, then it'd be good enough.
Yeah.
Dealer here.
But her conditions are now really tight. She's really got to nail something perfect if she wants to get that back. That's a
Needs
shame.
big hand. But if we take a look at these hands, they're not great there as a North Onko.
God,
9-so pair up, more pairs. There seems to be a theme. We've had a lot of hands at this game that people are just pairing up.
It's been a very parry game. And that North Onko is great for Aki because it means she can just chill out, shut the game down at will, or have 3 safe tiles sitting there.
Goes and throws the 3-so, holding that West Dora. The 9 fills in the 7-8-9.
Yeah, Maita's got a lot of material here.
5 pair up. The honors just need to go. And of course, you have the Onko of Pei, the North Wind, but that is the wind there, so can make you. That's already the Yakuhai.
5.
Just a better floater than Chun, so just
Yeah,
hold it for now and see what happens. 4 pair up, 3 pairs here. It's just feeling really Tanyao.
Yeah.
And 1 pin took out his it's Tanyao. That's it. I'm not even considering anything else this card.
5, 6 links together. 1, 3, 3,
4
4
loosely connects with the 3, but the shapes are so bad, just because the floating 5 pin. And regardless, everyone's seeing that pawn, they're going, what on earth? There's
7, 8,
the
9,
fill,
12,
probably the worst one, because
these are all the
Tanyao's
worst
now
tiles
out
to
of it.
draw.
You honestly just want to draw 3 pin and take your Ipeiko. That's
5,
a fill,
6,
though.
7 fills in. That's nice.
Six Mon as a floater isn't great, and now everyone's like, okay, it's either Kokoshi or Chitoitsu. When you see middle tiles like that, it is very rarely Chanta Junchan, but it's very often a Chitoitsu. Or at least some sort of step. Oh, there's Denpai. This should just be the 6. The question is just going to be Riichi. You're always worried about Riichi Studio, but with the 1, it applies much less. I would absolutely Riichi this. The problem is, how do you get to Hanemon? And the answer is, I don't think you do. You just have to Riichi and not really think about it. Your only real upgrade is the 6-mon. And there it is. Yeah, just goes in and takes it. This is Riichi Peiko waiting on 3 pin.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, is there any I'm thinking of possible Riichi Ipatsumo Ipeiko flip 2 Dora. That gets you Hanemon if you're real lucky.
Yep, that's it.
But that's a one shot. I guess it's also last tile. You get it again later.
Yeah, well, you also have to remember, Hayakawa's team isn't in a terrible position, but they're not in a good one. So you are still getting points for your team.
Well, there goes
There is the dream.
the Epot's dream.
Of course, I don't think the 3... We saw one in that hand, so it's not great. But anytime you're on an Ipeco shape like this, Ipeco Kanchan, you're never thrilled with it.
I think a direct hit on Maita for Mangan is
Would need to
9
flip or a 2.
16.
Yeah, that'd be enough.
Yeah. So that's another, but it's entirely luck based is the problem there. You're just hoping something.
Well,
good happens.
everything's luck based in this situation. The hand was not valuable.
Yeah.
And the problem is there just weren't other real upgrade paths.
Yeah, exactly. You can sit there for the rest of the hand hoping for something, but
You're praying for a 6-mon is the only upgrade that was there, and that's just not realistic. It draws the 7, just as I say that.
there's it. So 2 of the 3s are here in Aki's hand. Third 7. Everything's coming together.
You threw the 1 last turn. Should just be another 1-mon.
Yeah.
Wants to fight this, but it just has that door left over and doesn't want to be the person to check it, especially after what happened on the last hand.
Yeah. Oof.
You can always go north if you don't want to fight this, but at the same time, you're not really worried about what Hayakawa can take because even if it's Hanemon direct, that's fine with you. And you don't think anyone has a Baimon, even Baimon potential, that quickly on a own. The only times you end up with Baimon that quickly that are at least realistic is if it's a Chi-Toy Sumo with a Dora and hits the Aura 2.
Oh, but that's it. Bam.
There it is. Deals it. It is the Suji. And hits one Aura, Riichi, Ipeco, Aura 1. So you'll at least get 5,500 off of it, but...
Yeah, some reclaimed glory there. Back up to like 13,000.
Kind of a big winner here, 46.1. Never really in doubt after those big wins early.
Yeah, had a dominant position throughout the game.
Mizuguchi in second place, 7.1. Salvage is something. Maita couldn't get it there in that south round, minus 17. And Hayakawa, the minus 36. He does have the win on the end, so it could have been worse, but just couldn't.
That hand really had so little that it could have done, unfortunately.
That whole game felt a little weird because it was just hyper aggro, and then Aki just went off, and everyone else just scrappy trying to play for big value, and none of them got there.
There also, I feel like, are a lot of hands there. Yeah, we're being scrappy kind of undermine these big value hands. And had everyone been playing in more of a, like, let's be chill and build value, you would have seen some, like, Mangan Hanemon hits regularly. But people were pushing hard and making things happen, and so they were really like cutting those hands off before they really formed.
Which is the strategy. That's why you go for those cheap hands, is to stop nonsense Hanemon. So a definite demonstration of aggression the result of, and then you get the big hands and they fill out nicely. But we see for today, Jong Ring, the big winner at 66.7. Eugene definitely took the brunt of everything here. Minus 97.7. Ouch. Team Mahjong Soul, 24.7. Ends the day in second, at least today. And Mahjong Bar all green, 6.3.
Yeah, poor Eugene they were kind of the end losers of the day.
Well, a rough third and then 2 fourths. It's hard to have a good day when that happens.
It is, but not like absolutely destructive at the end of the day. Like,
Team Mahjong Soul though did exactly what they needed to do. They are way out ahead in this group, 130 plus points over second place. Mahjong Eugene and Jong Ring both sitting there right around 30. Both have work to do, and Mahjong Bar all green though. You don't want to see you're eliminated because we're kind of halfway through the season, but you're out on a limb at this point.
It's a tough spot. They're going to need a lot of really positive play to make it back out of that deficit.
So, and I'm going to take a look at some of the groups here. You see big gaps here. Look at what's happening in Group 4. Look what's happening in Group 12.
Mahjong map is all over the map with 311. That's crazy.
Yeah, you see a bunch of these tables are 200 separated, and most of them just have one team that's way out in front. There are a few that are really close. Look at Group 7, especially Group 8. Group 8, what is that? 2.1.
Oof.
Team Ronron taking the brunt of it, but everyone else right up there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's same thing.
You
In
do
most of
carefully.
these, it's just one team gets way ahead. Everyone else tries and fights and ends up losing because they have overextend themselves. There
A
are a
little
couple
bit.
groups that are staying close, especially Group 7 and 8 on this screen, that are really taking the fight, but
I'm gonna note Group
it's
16,
really hard.
not just because Team WRC is in there. Group 16 is also actually really close together there.
Yeah, pretty close. 51.7 points between first and second. And with Group 16, it's not that there's not this huge gap, it's that no one's out of it. And that is the only group, other than maybe 7, where Mahjong Cafe is at minus 60.4, where no one is out of the running.
Absolutely. Very cool.
All right, so thoughts for the overall day?
Man, it's been really exciting. It's been, as mentioned, like a lot of really dramatic hands, a lot of like really clustered up tiles, as kind of you mentioned before, like pairs on pairs on pairs on pairs. But I don't think anyone actually won a Cheetoy. Did anyone? There was no Cheetoy.
No, there
finished.
weren't any. They got close. There was even a tempai that just wasn't
Yes.
taken because it's late against Riichi with just Cheeto. I was like, nah. And then the other one where there was a tempai just didn't win. But just a whole bunch of that. And I think the closing thought here I'm going to have is don't trust Dora, even if it's Suji.
It's
There's
true.
a
Everyone wants
long-running
it.
meme out there. Pros never wait on Dora. Well, they do.
Oh no, they do. They for
They
sure
absolutely do. Waiting on Dora is absolutely busted. One of my personal favorite things to do is just call 3 times. Everyone knows I'm waiting on Dora Tonki, just sitting there for 3 on, and there's nothing they can do about it. I either draw it or I don't.
Yeah, like never. Yeah, the door is never safe. The door is a guaranteed piece of value that you know everyone's got to want. So if you're throwing it, you should be throwing it for a good reason.
All right, then. With that,
We have one last message from Team Jong Ring with the Nikaido sisters and Taeko Nakano. And we've been teasing for the stream. Hopefully they have something to say. I don't know if they have something to say about dropping Dora, but hopefully they have something to say about their performance today. So let's check it out.
It's been pretty.
皆様こんばんは。チームジャンリンの2回復帰です。はい、ラキです。中野太子です。はい、今日でね、半分、終わりまして、折り返して、やっとトップが取れました。トップ、しかも2連勝で、まあ、あれですね、ポイント的には、村くらい。プラス28ぐらいかな、まあ、上がねちょっとまだ離れてるんですけれども、まあ、折り返しということで、あとまあ直接対決っていうのもあるんでね、これからどんどん差を詰めて、1位抜けを目指したいと思います。頑張ります。はい、皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
All right.
all right. Wish them, along with everyone else, good luck.
Yeah, best of luck to them.
Yep. Of course.
We will be back tomorrow at 4 Eastern. I believe that's 9 in the UK, 1 Pacific time. And with that, I guess who all was on this commentary? Of course, we had Tip,
We had
Dave, Jenn.
Gemma.
Do we have Chiral? Gemma, okay. we
No
had
Cairo
Gemma
today.
earlier today. Yeah, Cairo is out, but for everyone here on the Yukan Fuji broadcasting team, we hope to see you tomorrow. If you appreciated the stream, hit the like, subscribe button. It tells the pros there is audience for this stuff in English and gives us the ability to bring you more stuff.
Thumbs up and subscribe, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Everyone like and subscribe.
Bye bye.
See everybody.